Evening, y'all. All right, so looks like we're still waiting for some people to get everything turned on, locked in, and ready to go, but we're close. And also, I'm trying to figure something out. Yes, it was the song, Orca. It was the song. Uh, it was so a little bit of lore for the rash is that is the theme song for the Everyday Stoners. It was made for us 4.5 years ago whenever we first started streaming as a group, and it was our theme song. Still have it. I mean, I signed contracts. I did all my ends, so fuck it. I may as well use the song until I find a better song. But I think it's kind of a jam. And funny enough, whenever we first started streaming, people were like, "Can you just like put that song in a clip so I can jam to it?" So we did. So yeah. Anyways, we dig the song too. All right. So we did have a little bit of problems, little technical difficulties. We do every week, right? Wouldn't be a DMZ if shit didn't fall a little off the rails. But one of our debaters tonight had a power outage. It looks like he's actually got everything locked in and ready to go. But we do still have Gorps. If you're out there, buddy, don't forget to turn on your virtual camera. Looks like you got the thing feeding, but it's not feeding us anything. And then Loodle, buddy. Oh no, you're good, Loodle. Oh, it's Zach. Zach, don't forget you got to do your thing too. So yeah, not sure if they can hear me or not, but looks like Gorps is fixing his. Gorps is all set. All right, groovy. And now we just need to get Zach in there. And I'm betting Zach is probably going to be streaming tonight. So I'm going to send him our preliminary stream together. So yeah, I don't know what the problem is here. For some reason, it doesn't seem like my stream is showing up on any of the like the main page, like the splash page. I don't know why. I'm under politics right now. Whenever I was under podcast, it wasn't showing up. It's not showing up under politics. It's not showing up under any category. So I don't know what the fuck that's all about. But maybe it's because I cuss too fucking much. I don't know. What do y'all think? Bear with me just one second. If, nope, that's not how you spell. If you're, there he is. Send you that invite. There you go. Start sharing in the chat. So set there. It's feng shui. Yeah, I assume that means like feng shui. Yeah, it is absolutely feng shui. Right. Looks like we're still waiting for Zach. I'm going to message out to him real quick and make sure that he knows. Appreciate y'all being patient for me. As soon as we get that face on there, we will go. And yeah, it also gives everybody a couple more moments to keep trickling in. And if Zach is going to be over there under politics, then we'll go back over to podcasts. How about that? There we go. That should refresh us anyways. Now, podcasts. Let's see what we're looking at here. Just looking to see if I'm showing up yet. And we're not. Okay. So apparently, Twitch officially hates us. That's okay. All right, and he's not in the chat yet either. So let's see. He is not in the waiting room. All right. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and just unmute myself, and hopefully they'll be able to hear me as well. But I will make it so that you guys can't hear them just yet. Oh, wait. All right, there we go. Here he comes. Let's go. All right, gentlemen. So I have not pulled you guys up on camera yet, and they cannot hear you, but you can hear me. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for being on time. Groove is glad you could make it, buddy. Glad you got that sorted out. We're just waiting for Captain of Team Negative. He should be here any moment. He just responded and said he didn't realize Rufus had got his shit together. I mean, had made it in. Anyways, as soon as I see him jump into the waiting room and as soon as I see his face in the window, we will go ahead and kick this off. Should be any moment. So yeah, back to it. Like I said, couple quick plugs while we're doing this. And I will probably only plug this about 3 or 4 times tonight. So we have a couple of other streams and or debates, debate servers that we participate in and or we help to promote. One of those we are going to be going to next Friday, and I will mention this again at least once, but next Friday night, I'm going to be trying to get a bunch of DMZ debaters to all pile into speakeasies, the verbal combat. Hopefully, we can infiltrate and overrun them with good faith. That's the hope, anyway. So I'm hoping I can get, like I said, at least 10, maybe more of these fine DMZ debaters over there with me Friday night next week. But also, some of you may have heard us mention the Word War Debate tournament that has been coming up. It's been slowly churning. They're trying to do it and do it right. But that said, we're finally at the finish line. So this is the link. Whenever you guys get a chance, throw that a follow as well. Give it a subscribe. You will get to see when people such as myself or Vigi or Owlishness or a few other names you might find yourself recognizing are all going to be going live to debate in the Word War Z. Or why do I keep wanting to call Word War Z? Word War Debate Tournament. Auntie does the same shit. She keeps going, you do your Word War Z thing? Anyways, yeah. So keep an eye out for that. I believe the first debate is dropping on the 3rd, so that's 2 days out, and you're going to have 48 hours to vote. I'm not telling you to vote for our friends and and collaborators, but what you do with your soul is up to you. Welcome in, Rook. Welcome in, Orca. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Glad you guys are starting to trickle in. We're going to go ahead and Exhibit A. Mr. Radish is proof that good faith makes you... Oh, shucks. Chief made it. And your first debate is from round 2 of the tourney. Right. I am actually... I got a pass on my first round because somebody tapped out early. So, yeah, you're going to get to see an interview from me is about it, where I get to tell you what I would have said if I'd have gotten the chance. But yeah, no dice for me. So, however, I'm still promoting everybody else's debates, still trying to make sure that everybody's represented, and plus get you guys ready to be watching whenever I do make it on. So, no idea who my second round of debate's going to be against. But if you want, I can show you guys the bracket, and you can see. I'll actually come back to you on which tournament it is or which battle I actually have to be watching to see who my next opponent will be. So, anyways, looks like we finally have everybody together. So, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and start bringing this thing on. So, welcome into the DMZ, everybody. This is a place where we practice good faith rhetoric. We're not just trying to farm gotchas and dunks, okay? We are here using... Sorry, everything moved. Damn it. Start that over again. We're not just here to farm gotchas and dunks. We use structure to cultivate conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. Please check your weapons at the door, take notes, and attack the belief, not the believer. After the debate, there will be a free link where you can go to vote on which side you believe made the most compelling case. So sit back, relax, get ready to cast those votes. And welcome again to the DMZ. So tonight, we have got one hell of a panel for ourselves. And this is another one that's been kind of short notice. Some of these people literally got pulled in today. But I'm going to go through the list and give everybody the chance to introduce themselves real quick. And while I do that, I will be dropping their links into the chat. Our prompt tonight is going to be: the parental rights movement is a net negative to child safety and well-being. On our affirmative team, we have Mr. Hammer as the captain, as well as Castle and Gorps Inc. All of these people are faces you should recognize if you've been here before. And on the negative team, also a face full of recognizables, we have Zach as the captain, aka if you're feeling adventurous, McGroofus, who made it despite nature trying to tell him to fuck off, and Loodle Miss, also coming back from literally just last night's domination of Vigi TV. So one more time, I'm going to go through everybody one at a time, give you all the chance to introduce yourselves. Let me unmute you this time because I'm getting better. I learned. But first up, Hammer, please, sir, tell everybody who you are, what you're about, where they can find you, and I will drop your link in the chat.
Hi, I'm Mr. Hammer. I talk about political things and I stream video games very occasionally. If you want to come in and hear my opinion on things, I might talk to you. And I'm here to dominate.
Right on. Domination is what we're looking for. And the second on his team is, of course, Castle. You as well, sir. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Yeah, so can you hear me? I just want to make sure.
We can hear you just fine, sir.
All right, cool. My mic's been iffy lately.
It does sound like you're coming through an unusual mic.
Good to know. Maybe I have to adjust the input. But for now, I'll just mention I mostly on Twitter, do Twitch debates here on this platform. I have a YouTube channel as well, but you can find me at Castle Guard YT on most platforms, especially if you follow me on Twitter, you can get all the links there. Mostly do political debates, but love to talk about all issues across the landscape, from sports, culture, politics, music, everything in between. So if you like just having folks opine about things and you like a more center-left liberal like myself point of view, then you should follow me around.
Very cool. And our third teammate on the affirmative, one of our longest collaborators, Gorps Inc. Please tell all the folks about yourself, sir.
I'm Gorps. I'm the resident libertarian. I never lose debates. And you can find me on the streets of Seattle or on Instagram, or I might be making a Twitter comeback, but I don't live stream. I'm sorry.
And the world was sadder for it. Now, oops, wrong one. Sorry about that. And now, team captain on the negative team, if you're feeling adventurous, aka Zach, because his name is really long. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'll drop your link in the chat, sir.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Zach. I am a streamer, Christian, father, writer, business owner, and resident madman. You can find me over on If You're Feeling Adventurous, Twitch, Kick, Twitter, and YouTube. Stop on by and hang out, but only if you're feeling adventurous.
I will never get tired of that hook. All right. And number two on that team, unfortunately, we're deprived of his face tonight. But Groofus, tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. Your link's in the chat.
So, McGroofus,
oh, dear.
I am actually the resident libertarian. Fuck you, Gorp. And I'm here to win and make sure Gorp loses.
There you go. Keep it simple. Yeah, I had to crank you up. Your mic definitely sounds different, but I think we got you dialed in. And then last, but certainly not least, a new regular face here at the DMZ. Loodle, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
You bet. I'm Loodle Miss. I do debate stuff. I do law stuff in Ohio. You can find me on this podcast, Become Your Tomb, which is a deep dive analysis of the mythical, lyrical, and musical elements of Sleep Token songs, a band called Sleep Token, my brother and I do. And the Loodle Miss channel, you can find debates, legal analysis, legal readings, bar prep stuff, as well as me and my daughters playing with Legos.
Very cool. Very cool. All right. So, as I mentioned in the chat to you gentlemen earlier, we have decided that when we're doing these 3v3s, we're going to open up the time slots a little bit longer to give everybody a little bit more chance to get into it. So, with that said, this is going to work. Our affirmative captain is going to choose who goes first. That person is going to get 5 minutes to open. After that, the negative captain is going to choose who gets to cross-examine or rebut that person. They're going to have 5 minutes controlled time to do so. Then that person is going to do their 5-minute open, and the affirmative captain is going to choose who gets to cross or rebut that person. It's going to go back and forth until everybody's got a turn. Just remember, if you were the first one to go, you're also going to be the last one to cross-examine, so make sure you're paying attention the whole time. Now, when you're done with that, we're going to go into 15-minute champion rounds where every person who has not yet faced each other is going to find themselves locked in the middle for 15 minutes uninterrupted to get into the actual conversation. When we're done with that, we're going to have 5-minute closes going through the same order that we opened in. And then we're going to open it up for 15 minutes of voting, during which y'all out there in the chat get to ask any questions you want. I will probably have a question or two loaded up as well. And that'll help kind of fill out the gaps and answer anything that you think got left on the table. Enough for me. We're going to go ahead and hit this off. Affirmative Captain, Mr. Hammer, who do you have opening first, sir?
I will be opening first.
Opening first. All right. Hammer, bring in the hammer. So 5 minutes is going to go on the clock now for you, sir. This is an uninterrupted time for you to open. Please go ahead and start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay. So the parental rights movement uses a seemingly reasonable request to have more agency in what topics are presented to their children to sneakily promote a talking point in order to acquire political power. This can be seen through the major event which largely sparked this whole discussion, Ron DeSantis passing an act in Florida that gave parents vetoing power over schools discussing sex and gender orientation classes in 2022, a couple months before the midterms. This was also in a time where Ron DeSantis was heavily presented in the media as a potential presidential candidate, and this bill was intentionally presented along his name. With this bill, you can see the issues that come from pushing policy for the purposes of promoting an ideology. The provisions of this bill include many vague statements, such as only allowing students to be taught, subjects to be taught to students from the 4th to 12th grade if they were determined to be age appropriate or developmentally appropriate by the state. It also explicitly allows parents to file legal challenges to the school over whatever lessons they find objectionable, and further clarifies that the school must pay the complete legal fees for all parties involved in any and all such cases, regardless of their merit. This is a clause that is so obviously untenable that I really hope that we don't have to go over it. Instances of bad policy like this aren't just some mishap or oversight, but inherent to a movement that doesn't have any clear goals or issues. The purpose of the parental rights movement is to give conservatives the ability to say that their platform is to protect children in order to present themselves as virtuous and to present their opposition as dangerous. It's cowardly and manipulative, and it's the playbook they've always used. This is all without mentioning the well-being of vulnerable children in need of support for their identities and in danger of being mistreated by their parents. But that is something that my teammates will go into further detail about, and it's something that our opponents won't properly grapple with. And I cede my time.
You did that so abruptly, man. I was not prepared. All right, good stuff. And Zach, who is going to cross-examine Hammer?
Me.
Well, that's convenient. All right. What happened to your camera? Your ninja feed is
It's working on my end.
Wait, you know what? Maybe you know what? I bet you I turned that off on somebody else. I did indeed. Give me 1 second. Boom. There we go. Fixed it. Sorry about that. All right, Zach, 5 minutes is going to go on the clock now for you. Again, this is controlled 5 minutes for you to cross-examine, ask questions, or you can just rebut. It's your time to control. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Cool. So there's a couple things in there that I find absolutely hilarious. First of all, he says that our objection is seemingly reasonable. It's not seemingly reasonable. It's overtly, demonstrably reasonable. It's the most reasonable thing you could possibly ask for. Hey, I think I should have a right to say what my kids are and aren't exposed to during their education. To frame that as anything other than an uncontested, unquestionable right of the parent to take any other position is the crazy position. Framing that
hold
as
on.
seemingly unreasonable. No, this is my time. Framing that as anything
wait,
other
isn't
than
this cross-exam?
seemingly unreasonable is insane. This isn't. The cross exam is my time. So, next. Do parents not have the right to say they don't want their kids taught gender ideology, Mr. Hammer?
Do parents have the right? I guess to an extent. I mean, I was under the impression that the cross exam was an opportunity for you to ask questions and go back and forth. Like, this isn't your opening, right?
Horseradish, you wanna pause the timer and say your opening spiel again so he hears it? We can't hear you, Horseradish. At least I can't.
You can, because I'm a fucking amateur. Sorry. No, what I had said was that Hammer's, it's been a little while since Hammer's been with us, so he doesn't know this yet. I'm sorry about that. I thought I did mention it. So the cross-examination time is ultimately a time where they can cross-examine, but they can also just use the time to rebut. Some people use it one way, some people use it the other way, but ultimately, and whenever it's your time to cross-examine as well, you can either just talk to what they said during their opening, or you have the option to ask them questions. You can kind of go back and forth. It's your time to control. So ultimately, he can use it as he sees fit. Yeah, just so you know. As you were. Clock's going back on.
So is it okay? Then I'll answer your question. Is it their right to say whether or not LGBT topics can be taught in school? To an extent.
Clarify. What do you mean to an extent? I'm dying to hear the details.
Sure. So what is actually what is able to be taught in school isn't completely controlled by the parents, right? We know this. The parents don't have full control of their children and their education, right? If you want your children to not learn about science, well, we don't really give the parents the right to like control that, right? If topics are determined to be like excessive or like far too in detail, too explicit, then sure, I guess a parent should be has the right to like have their objections heard.
So, do you not see how it's incredibly bad faith and disingenuous to equivocate between teaching science and math and language and saying, oh, well, parents don't try to dictate those things, and then trying to draw an exact parallel and comparison to critical gender theory? Do you see how that's incredibly bad faith and disingenuous to pretend like those are all the same thing?
Not necessarily. So a lot of the okay, you can laugh. So a lot of the
I am gonna laugh because it's fucking retarded on its face. Next. Okay.
Wait,
no.
Okay.
Next,
I guess I can answer.
Next. Says clause is untenable. Sounds completely reasonable to me. Explain that to me, sir. Explain to me exactly how that clause in that bill is, quote, untenable. Because from where I'm sitting, to give parents the ability to contest what the state is doing without putting the financial burden on the parents is the way it ought to be. The government exists for the people, by the people. These people get my tax dollars to do a job for me. And if I need to take them to court so that they do their job properly, I should not be punished by the legal system financially. Please explain to me how that clause is untenable.
Yeah, do you know what legal harassment is?
Yes, I'm familiar with the concept.
Right. So it's kind of like what Scientology does, where they throw like endless lawsuits at people to silence them when talking about their church. So if we give parents the ability to endlessly throw lawsuits at schools where they will, at every single instance, have to pay off all of the legal fees, then well, we'll basically be running up a massive bill that schools cannot pay. Legal fees are very expensive.
Do you think that citizens can, quote unquote, harass the government?
With this bill, they can.
Ladies and gentlemen, I posit to you that
Well,
there's
there's no
no such
limitation.
thing. I posit to you there's no such thing as a citizen harassing the government. If I go to the government, whether it be at the voting booth, the court, or in the streets with a sign, it does not matter. I'm a citizen. I'm the person who dictates to the government what happens. That's the entire idea that our country was founded on. His assertion is bonkers. Next, vulnerable children. Correction, you mean groomed and indoctrinated
Real quick,
children.
hold on. Time's up. We're actually, since we're going into your opening, you just go ahead and roll that right into your 5-minute opening. All right. So 5 minutes is on the
Lovely.
clock. Yep. 5 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Opposition to parental rights is about one thing: parasites wanting access to children. People pushing against parental rights to decide what their kids are exposed to are basically all leftists who statistically do not have kids and therefore must indoctrinate the children of others to push their ideology forward. Research has proven over and over again that a child's biological parents are the ones that actually have that child's best interest at heart. People and organizations that demand access to kids who are not theirs and the right to teach the kids whatever they want all have malicious intent. If they did not have malicious intent, why would they want to exclude parents from the conversation? The only reason to keep parents out of it is if you know that the parent will stop you because you are harming their child. Opponents of parental rights make some of the following arguments. Parental rights hurt the LGBT community. What an odd thing to say. What an incredibly odd, damning thing to say. To me, that argument sounds like a tacit admission that the LGBTQ is an aggressive cult that furthers its interests by grooming children into it. Parental rights endanger children in abusive homes. We already have extensive systems to remove children from homes that are truly abusive, and those systems are already defective and fail at their job a large portion of the time. The solution to child welfare is not handing the government more power. The solution is creating a culture where child abuse is unthinkable and an economy where poverty is easy to escape. Culture does a far better job of controlling human behavior than laws ever could. Parental rights hinder education. Education in what exactly? Anal sex? Orgies? Homosexual relationships? Marxism? Secularism? Because all those things are what they're talking about. Because all those things are the things that are routinely taught in leftist classrooms in leftist states. And those are the things that I hear parents opposing. You will never hear a parent opposing the teaching of geometry or Mozart or Shakespeare or authentic American history. Parents do not oppose real education by and large. And any one-off that you can point to is a wacko cult member, of which there will always be some. Parents oppose toxic leftist indoctrination. In summary, basic logical reasoning leads to one conclusion and one conclusion only. Parents have their children's best interest at heart. The state does not. Therefore, control should remain with the parents. Done.
All right. Now, Hammer, you get to choose who is going to cross-examine Adventurous. It can be anybody except yourself because you just went. But other than you, would you like Castle or Gorps to go next?
I'll have Castle go.
Castle's going to go. All right. So bear with me just 1 second. Boom. All right. Same thing. 5 minutes is on the clock. Castle, use this time as you see fit, cross-examine or rebut. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
Cool. Can you hear me clearly now?
You sound great, sir. Yes, you sound like yourself.
All right,
gotcha.
cool. Sorry, I had to go back and forth, so I may have missed a bit of the opening, but I think I got kind of the gist of it. So I'll start with a couple questions, and I think some of what your opening alluded to was that these schools have leftist indoctrination teaching about too much about LGBTQ issues, and I guess not enough about things like history or geometry. Is that what you're saying? That you think that's true?
Any amount of teaching about LGBTQ is too much. My tax dollars should not be funding any amount of that, period.
And when you say LGBTQ, you mean like LGBTQ acceptance, or does that also include like LGBTQ history? Like if they were to talk about civil rights movements or gay rights movements in the past that have happened in American history, like you just don't want any of that, or just the current way of
if you want to include very clinical language about the political movement that constitutes the LGBTQ, and you want to include very clinical language about that movement's aims, what they say about themselves and what opponents say about them, and how they have influenced American history, and it is very clinical and fact focused, I would tolerate that. That's legitimate part of American history, for better or worse. It's valid.
And okay, so if you were to just include like fact-based clinical research, actual history about LGBTQ movements and all that, and like maybe you could even say in like high school classes, who would kind of determine that? Like, what are the fact-based, introduction to that for kids or for students? Is it the school board or who?
Well, see, here's one of I'm glad you asked, because that question touches on one of the very, very deepest issues in American education. The people that define our curriculum are so ideologically captured and maliciously aligned through perverse financial incentives that our children have literally been groomed into a school system that makes them useless, deranged automatons. So I think the entire curriculum and education system needs a massive overhaul. I don't have a good, snappy answer for who should do that. That's the kind of thing that is massively debated by the most serious intellectuals in the country, and we still don't have a very good answer. My answer to it is homeschooling, personally.
Okay, so I guess unless everybody is homeschooled, though, like the folks who are going to be determining curriculum, who you mentioned that they are elected, like these folks, it's not just like they're chosen by, academics themselves. They're elected by the people who live in their towns or cities. Do you think that the democratization of that is wrong and they should be picked from like religious institutions or people that follow more conservative thought?
Well, I definitely think that the institutional apparatuses around education have been ideologically captured for a long time, and that includes the ones that are elected, mainly because it is primarily, then this is a failing of the conservative movement, it's mainly people of a left-wing ideation that run for these types of positions. So that's on the conservatives and on the Christian movement for not putting up sufficient competition. Hang on one second. I am so sorry. Sorry, my daughter is trying to destroy my desk. So yeah. The short answer is there's some blame on my side for simply leaving the space uncontested, but that does not change the fact that the space is ideologically captured, and that's a huge problem.
Okay. I kind of have some stuff in my own opening, but I'll get to my other questions regarding that part there. But next piece I had was for the kids themselves. Like, do parents' rights over their own children kind of include authority over other people's child, or you're just claiming that everybody should follow the homeschool model? You're not necessarily saying that people should be pushed that way, right? You're still advocating for individual rights, or do you believe that everybody should be homeschooling their kids, or
I'm
forced to
advocating. We're out of
abandon
time. I
public
want to
school?
answer really quick.
Yeah,
I'm
I was about to say
advocating
you
for
can. I'll let
individual
you
rights.
answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm advocating for individual rights. Every parent has the right to go to the school as an individual and say, you're not teaching my kids specifically XYZ.
All right.
It. Okay. I have more, but I know we're out of time. So,
Yep. And but
anything,
it is your time to open. 5 minutes uninterrupted, Castle. Go ahead and start up when you're ready, sir.
all right. Let me just get my opening up. So, I think I want to make the distinction that my argument, I believe our argument as a whole, isn't against parents. I think parents should be involved in their children's education, and they should know what their children are learning and communicate with teachers and raise concerns and help make important decisions. I mean, we've all had parent-teacher conferences. Regarding my parents, it wasn't so much about what they were teaching, but more so how I was doing in school and how I can get better. Wasn't the best student in grade school, but parent involvement is not the same thing as modern parental rights or the movement itself. I think that the parental rights movement is more of a political effort to expand parental control over public school curricula. I think we even just heard a little bit too in Zach's opening about what they should be teaching, what the library material should be, health policies, and what teachers and counselors are even permitted to discuss with students. So I think it goes a little bit beyond allowing parents to make choices for their own children. It allows some parents to restrict information, books, and services for kids in a school district. We've already seen how that's happened before in a state like Florida, where everybody was talking about possible book bans and the effect that has on teaching about just common American history that kids my age and the people before us were able to read, but now all of a sudden folks are finding that concerning for their little ones. So I think that's an issue there. I think the question is not whether parents matter. I think the question is whether the movement itself is judged by its actual effects, makes children safer and healthier, and I don't think it does. I think a lot of the movement is a dangerous assumption that the parental authority always equals child safety. Most parents love their kids and they want what's best for them, but I think the public policy just can't assume that every home is safe, stable, and supportive. And I know Zach mentioned too, like, well, that's a failing of the welfare state or child services. And I think that's great that we can agree that it can be better and we should be able to fund it more, because that is something that is severely lacking in funding for kids and parents too, growing up in destabilized households. So definitely want to improve that. It doesn't mean that we have to overhaul the entire system. Some children's experience neglect and abuse and homelessness and food insecurity and rejection at home. And so school isn't just a place where they're going to learn about LGBTQ things. They actually do learn about math and reading, and it's also the safest place for them to be in a lot of cases. If you're telling folks in the Bronx, not too far where I am living, that they have to have their 5 kids stay at home and be homeschooled because it's going to teach them more, especially when their parents can barely afford to stay home because they have 2 jobs. I don't think that's easy for anybody. And private school in New York City is also pretty expensive. So it's hard to see what the solution is there. I think many kids, especially in those low income urban communities, do rely on public schools for a lot, even outside of just the learning material itself, even nurses for healthcare, counselors for emotional support. So there's a lot that schools are able to do that I think people miss and don't recognize outside of just the teaching of subjects, because for a lot of those inner city kids, it's kind of a place of refuge for them. And I think that matters because the parental rights movement often tries to weaken the independent relationship between the kids and trusted school professionals. Like mandatory disclosure policies, for example, can require a teacher or counselor to report sensitive conversations directly to parents without first considering whether that disclosure could place the child in danger. And I think when students believe that everything they say will be automatically reported home, they may stop asking for help. So a child who is being abused may remain silent. This isn't new. We've seen it before. And a child experiencing a mental health crisis may avoid a counselor for that reason. So the children most dependent on public schools are often the children least protected by a system of absolute parental control. I think the last point I'll make is that one parent really shouldn't have considerable authority over what their child reads or participates in, but one parent should not be able to remove a book from every family's child or prevent every teacher from discussing a legitimate subject. I think if Zach doesn't want his kid to be taught something, I think we've seen in some instances that you can ask for that subject to not be taught to them, or they can be removed from the classroom for, however long a period of time, so they don't have to hear it, and then they can come back in. So these aren't things that don't happen or can't happen. I just think that when a movement removes protective information and discourages children from seeking help or overrides professional judgment and just allows one group of parents to control every family's education, it becomes a net negative to child safety and well-being. And I'll end there.
All right. Zach, who's going to cross-examine Castle? Zach.
Sorry, I was getting the right window up.
No,
Rufus is
you're
on.
You're fine.
That was loud.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, everybody. You said Rufus is up.
Rufus is up.
It's even worse in the studio. Sorry. All right, go ahead. 5 minutes is on the clock. Rufus, use it as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. And Rufus, you are
Castle. Castle. So I'm gonna quote you here. You said that we shouldn't be allowing parents to force, or we shouldn't be forcing parents to homeschool. But where did Zach say that we should be forcing parents to homeschool? You said that in your opening. It's a quote.
I said that in my opening?
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't be forcing parents to homeschool kids. Well, I was saying that we shouldn't be forcing every parent to homeschool their kids. I wasn't saying that. I mean, people homeschool their kids today, so that's something that's legal and that they do already. I'm just saying for the parental rights movement, they're advocating for more people to do that or take their kids out of public schools, which I disagree with. So I think the movement in general, I disagree. I mean, if you're homeschooling your kids, I don't agree with it personally, but I'm not saying that it should be banned or anything like that. So, yeah.
All right. Where's your principled line for banning books? And like, I imagine like you would say like, I imagine like a book that's just pure fucking porn or hentai, right? You wouldn't want in a public school, right? Or any school, right?
Yeah, no, I would not want that
So-
in a public library or a school, especially a school.
All right. So where's your line, right? Where's your principled line? How do you get there?
So for me personally, I think we have principal lines at the movies. Obviously, it's not really that strict, but there's certain cursing or sexual imagery or violence that enables a certain rating, like a PG-13 or rated R movie for certain ages. I think it's rated R is you're 16 or above. And then PG-13, obviously, for kids who are around 13 years old or above. So I think with books, it's the same. If there's certain sexual imagery, violence, things of that nature, I think it's okay to wait for older kids to start reading that material and for it to be available to them. I think in most libraries, they have adult sections and they have things that are tailored more towards teenagers too. So I'm not expecting a 5-year-old to or should have access to that material, but I don't want it banned for everybody who's interested in reading important historical books that also address violence in certain ways.
So like Huckleberry Finn would be an example. Would you ban that or no?
No, so I don't want that book to be banned. I know that in certain I think they use the N word in that book as well. And I think that was also kind of a contentious issue, but I think that it's okay to open that up for certain kids at a certain age.
All right. And and this is a lot to do with policy decisions, right? Whether a parent or the state is going to be right, most of the time. No one decision maker is going to be right 100% of the time, right? Would you agree?
Yeah. Sure.
So when it all comes down to it, the real question is when the decision maker gets it. So the real question is, sorry, what happens when the decision maker gets it wrong? Would you say a good system should have a good way of catching this failure?
Yeah, I think the current system does catch failure. I think that we've already seen, like I mentioned, if you have a school board that's approving material that the parents don't like, they can kick those members off the school board to elect folks that will remove that material. I think the democratization of that process is kind of the best way forward and the best system we have right now. Obviously, if there's something that is being talked about in a school district, at that time, they can pull from the shelves until a discussion is had, and then they can either put it back, or if the town decides that they want the board members to remove it permanently, that's up to them. But I think that whether I agree with that decision or not, that's the best system.
So in the system, the negative ending, if a parent gets something wrong, there's that second layer, an evidence trigger, right? And people can catch it. In the system, um, I think you're defending. Let's say when the state makes a decision poorly, what's the second layer?
So if I'm not mistaken, the second layer would be elections. If a state makes a wrong decision, we would reconsider who's making those decisions for the state, right? Through elections.
All right, and who makes sure who just put this bluntly, who watches the watcher? Who makes sure the voter
Who's watching
makes
the parents?
who's watching, who's making sure, right? Where this is what I'm getting at is that it's a circle, right? This whole thing is they have this whole issue where the state has a monopoly on force, and so who watches them when they fuck up, right? Because elections aren't just gonna magically fix something.
Yeah, so like I said, like we already have, so for example, if a book is contentious and it has material that parents are up in arms about, usually what happens is the state, or not even the state, but the school itself will remove said material for the most part until they can make a decision about how to move forward. And then if they make a permanent decision to keep the material, then the parents can then use their second recourse of changing the people who are making those decisions, who are in charge of making those decisions. So I don't think it's that circular. I think if you have material that folks don't like, you can make sure that you send a message through an election that they should have people kind of making sure that they are seeing what's there and can remove it. And if there are enough parents who disagree with that decision, then you keep them in power. I think that's why it's not just like, oh, all these parents are upset. It's really, in certain cases you can find that, but for the most part, you're not seeing a changing of the guard so rapidly over books that are being taught in schools. At least I can only think of a few instances. It's really not as rampant as I believe it is. So yeah.
All right. So it's now going to go to you, Grufus. Once again, 5 minutes on the clock. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
Right. So tonight's prompt asks whether the parental rights movement is a net negative to child safety and well-being, and I want to negative. We are
No, I think it's his.
I can't hear him at all.
that's the ask. So for tonight's purposes,
we missed
we
all that.
define the parental rights movement as the body of policy efforts to affirm and protect the presumptive parental authority over medical decisions, education, and general upbringing.
He might
against
have
default
he
state
might have us
override.
muted.
And we
Honestly,
define
He
state.
does.
We define
Rufus.
parental rights themselves
Hey,
the same way.
stop,
Presumptive,
motherfucker.
not absolute.
Yeah,
rebuttable
no, I
evidence.
give up.
If
Rufus,
the affirmative wants to deny
I'm
this,
just
I
gonna
don't even
mute
know
him.
what he said.
define
I
this
know.
differently tonight. We
Yeah,
have
mute
it
him,
happen.
mute him.
we'll
Pot him
get him
down.
back. Yeah,
Yep.
we'll get him.
On the bright side, it is a prepared document, so he will be able to read from it again as soon as he comes back. He's going to realize, why the fuck am I alone in this room? And then hopefully we'll be able to get this sorted out. So, all right.
You got
I'm
sent
gonna-
to timeout, brother.
I'm going to try and drag him back in, see if he figures it out. Rufus,
Can you guys hear me?
we
Did the
can
internet- did my
now.
internet
Can you
go out?
hear us?
Yes.
Okay, so
My-
your internet completely went nuke whenever you started speaking.
Okay.
So I'm starting your time over. We can hear you now. Please begin
Sorry.
again. No, you're good. We're shouting at you to try to get you to stop, so you didn't have to repeat yourself. Again, your time is going to start now. Go ahead.
Tonight's resolution, tonight's prompt asks whether the parental rights movement is a net negative shutting, because I think the affirmative would like to tell you that we're defending something more extreme than we are. We're not arguing that parents are always right. We're not arguing that the state should never step in. What we are defending is something more narrow and more defensible, that parental authority should be the default in a child's life, not with state intervention for cases where there's actual evidence that something has gone wrong. Not the state watches everyone just in case. Evidence first, then intervention. That's our ask. For tonight's purposes, we will rights movement as the body of policy efforts to affirm and protect the presumptive parental authority over medical decisions, education, and general upbringing against default state override. And we define parental rights themselves the same way, presumptive, not absolute, and rebuttable on evidence. If the affirmative wants to redefine this differently, we're happy to have the conversation, but I'd ask you to hold them to defend the movement as it actually exists and not a caricature of it. So there are two reasons working together why this matters. The first is incentives. A parent lives with the outcome of the decisions for both of their lives. They bear the cost of getting it wrong immediately and personally. A state actor, however well-meaning, is one caseworker among dozens of cases, evaluated a caseload on procedure, not on how your specific child turns out 15 years from now. And that's not a knock on any individual's character, that's what the job structurally is. And notice something revealing about how we even talk about this. When the parent fails a child badly enough, we have a word for it: neglect and abuse. It's a crime. It has consequences for that person specifically. When an institution does something structurally similar, we call it expulsion or discharge or case closure. It's rare that any specific person bears any real consequence at all. And that gap is not an accident. It tells you something about the system that's actually built to be accountable. And the second reason is knowledge. I promise this is the last acronym-free version you'll hear about tonight. A parent accumulates years of particular, hard to put into word knowledge about their specific child. What scares them? What motivates them? How will they respond to this particular approach versus that one? A distant decision maker working from a case file in a general policy structurally cannot replicate that, no matter how good their intentions are. And to be clear, this is not an argument against expertise. A doctor can tell you accurately what it's like to happen medically if you take one path over another. That's valuable. But whether or not the outcome is the right one to want for this child, given everything else truly about their life, isn't a medical question, it's a values question. And the only party in the room who actually knows this is the family. Now, you might be thinking why this sounds all nice in theory, but why does it matter? How does it hold up? So, a large-scale study out of Sweden compared foster children to children who were comparatively maltreated but left in their own homes, not by the general population, comparatively to maltreated kids. So we're isolating an actual variable there. By age 20, the foster child were 4 times more likely to have died. A separate study of over 15,000 children in the US found the same pattern. Comparably maltreated kids left at home did better, not worse, on measures of employment and juvenile justice involvement. And here's the deeper problem. The affirmative case asks you to move the more decision-making power towards the state whenever there's uncertainty. But that doesn't reduce risks, it concentrates it. And if the answer to all of this tonight is we need more state oversight, ask yourself, who watches the watcher? You can stack oversight bodies on top of each other forever. You'll never get that one thing that actually makes accountability work. Someone who bears the real personal cost of getting it wrong. Parents have that. No amount of institutional restructuring gives that to a bureaucracy. I
All
saved
right.
the last 20 seconds.
Yep. So, if I'm keeping track of my math here, it looks like it is going to be Grufus and nope, wrong one. Sorry. There we go. It is going to be Grufus and Gorps. Gorps, it is now your time to cross examine. 5 minutes is on the clock. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
How's your day going, Grufus?
Hi, Gorpy.
How's your day going?
Good.
Has anybody told
It
you you're
was-
stupid yet today?
You did earlier, I believe.
Okay, great. So you effectively did the parents know their kids best line. Would you agree with that when you were defending your point here?
Yeah, essentially.
Do you agree that whenever you're making an important decision, there should be, checks and balances in your own personal life? Like maybe you ask a trusted friend or your partner, if you ever have one, for advice as to if you're making the correct decision. Do you do that in your personal life?
I don't see how this has anything to do with the state.
Yes or no? Do you do
It's-
that in your personal life?
Sure.
Right. So what we're advocating is exactly that, right? We're advocating for parents to have a say, but also for the trusted curriculum committees, school boards, PTAs, public comments, for these to be backdrops, for these to be something to bounce ideas off of, to make sure that what we're doing is right for kids, whether it be your individual choice as a parent or what the entire school district is choosing to do. So why would you in your personal life have to get an opinion from somebody else to make sure that you're making the right decision? Yet when we're talking about an institution that is raising our kids effectively because they spend, what is it, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week there?
Who-
Why do we not
well,
want
what-
a second
you're-
comment here?
You're equivocating, Gorp, because the state
Oh
has
my.
a monopoly on force.
Really, what force is
They-
being
they're-
used?
they-
Because the only force that is actually being used in this situation is the force of your side making decisions over everybody else's kids. Like our side advocates for you to be able to opt your kid out of, for example, sex ed, if that is what you so choose. But we are saying that you cannot cancel sex ed for an entire school district, right? You don't get to make the decision for everybody else's kids. But you, for example, right, you said that we are
Mr. Strawman,
advocating for moving power to
give
the
me
state.
a
How are
break.
we moving power to the state when you are the ones advocating for state policy? We are advocating for non-blanket things here. We're not advocating for blanket bans, right? We're not advocating for blanket not talking about the gays. Your side is the one advocating for those things. So how are we the ones using state violence or state pressure here?
You want we This is funny. Gorp, how do you Gorp, you do realize that where did any of us say that we wanted to ban sex ed?
I was giving an example of what somebody on your side could say, right? But you admitted in your definition of the parental rights movement that it's a body of policy efforts. That means that you are advocating for the state to instill these things.
It's the state. It's policy efforts for the state to not do something because a right is fundamentally a negative.
Is a book ban doing something or is it not doing something?
A a book ban is not putting a book in a
no, it is removing something. That isn't the action of removing. That is doing something. You're actively going out and doing something against the long established history of a book being in a school. That is using the state, the power of the state or a school board, for example, right, to remove a bit of education from a child, from everybody's children, because you didn't like it for your kid. As opposed to what we are saying that you could do, that we would be fine with you doing, is you saying, hey, little Jimmy, I don't want you reading that book. Don't check it out from the library. Very simple, very easy. But you are the one advocating for state control over our children.
Gorp, you do realize that you're taking all of these rights out of context, right? Like you're treating them as free floating abstractions. Because if there were only rights and there were no state privileges, if were only rights, we wouldn't have public schools in the first place, right? So you're equivocating between someone having a positive some sort of positive right versus someone.
It's long established in American history that American children have a right to public education. Shut up. You're being autistically
Where is that in the
libertarian.
Constitution? Where's that in the Constitution, Gorb?
I said it's a long established concept in American history that American children have the right to public education.
Where's that in the Constitution?
In fact, non-American children also do. Our time is up.
It is indeed. I'm sorry. I was so caught up in listening. I fucking completely forgot that there was a debate going on. Okay, so we are now going to go ahead and go to your opening, Gorps. 5 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
All right. I'm arguing the parental rights movement is a net negative to child safety and well-being. And before anybody starts clutching their pearls, that does not mean that parents shouldn't have rights. It means that this movement has taken a perfectly normal concept and turned it into a political cosplay outfit. And when you peel back that cosplay, the policies underneath make kids less safe. Child safety isn't magic, it's layers. These layers include teachers, counselors, pediatricians, mental health staff, mandatory reporters, evidence-based curricula, and of course, their parents are one of those layers as well. These layers exist because not every home is a Hallmark movie. The parental rights movement strips those layers away like it's speedrunning a challenge titled, How Fast Can We Make Vulnerable Kids More Vulnerable? So let's start with information access, because this is where the movement does the most damage while pretending it is doing the least. Florida pulled a book called It's Perfectly Normal, which is a mainstream sexual health resource used for decades. They didn't protect innocence. They removed material that teaches kids how to recognize grooming, coercion, and unsafe touch. Texas school districts banned books on consent and healthy relationships, the stuff that helps kids identify if they're being abused. In states yank LGBT-themed books, they often remove suicide prevention resources schools rely on. In Missouri, a district removed the Trevor Project materials from counseling offices. For anybody who doesn't know, the Trevor Project is an LGBT youth-focused anti-suicide project. In Tennessee, book bans wiped out mental health literacy books used in anti-bullying programs. A child who knows less is a child who is easier to harm. It's not ideology, it's just basic probability. Second, the intervention capacity, or what happens when you blindfold the lifeguard and then brag about how safe the pool is. Forced outing policies exist in multiple states, which require teachers to disclose a student's gender identity to parents, even when the student explicitly says it's unsafe. New Jersey, the New Jersey AG had to step in because school districts were adopting policies that put kids at documented risk. In Florida, counselors reported students stopped seeking help for depression and self-harm because they feared mandatory parental notification. In Arkansas, parental consent laws for counseling led to students being turned away during active crises. Mandatory reporters cannot report what they're legally prevented from seeing. If you cut off access to trusted adults, you're not protecting kids, you're isolating them. Third, we have the risk exposure, the part of the conversation the movement hopes you don't bring up. Oklahoma removed sexual abuse prevention lessons that had been part of the state's child safety program for years. In Utah, curriculum restrictions led to the removal of materials teaching kids how to identify grooming behaviors. In multiple states, book bans removed resources on healthy relationships, boundaries, and consent, the exact content that reduces abuse risk. every major child safety profession, pediatricians, psychologists, school counselors, school psychologists, and educators have warned that these policies increase harm. The American Academy of Pediatrics, American Psychological Association, NASP, ASCA, and the NEA have all issued statements saying forced outings, book bans, and mental health restrictions directly increase risks of abuse, self-harm, and suicide. The movement's response has basically been, cool story, we're doing it anyways. And fourth, the myth of the perfect parent, the core contradiction that the movement hopes that you won't touch. The parental rights movement assumes that every parent is safe, stable, informed, and present. Child safety policy cannot make that assumption. Predators rely on isolation, abusers rely on silence, kids in unsafe homes rely on schools. The movement hands predators isolation, hands abusers silence, and takes away the school as a safety valve. It's not empowerment, it's negligence dressed up as family values. Real parental empowerment means more support, more partnership, and more information, not less. But the parental rights movement reduces support systems, undermines school partnerships, and censors information children need to stay safe. It's like giving parents a steering wheel, but disconnecting it from the car. It looks empowering, but it actually doesn't help anybody. So the question isn't about whether parents should have rights. Obviously, they should. The question is about whether a political movement that makes children easier to harm, even unintentionally, can be considered a net positive. It cannot. Child safety is not a culture war trophy, it's a responsibility, and any movement that weakens protective systems, isolates vulnerable kids, and elevates ideology over evidence is a net negative to child safety and well-being. I cede my 5 seconds.
All right. Landed that pretty much on the button. All right, so last but not least, we have Loodle. You are going to be cross-examining Gorps here. 5 minutes is on the clock to use as you see fit. I'll start it up when you start, sir.
All right. So you bring up what happened in Florida, what happened in Oklahoma, what happened in Tennessee, right? You believe these are all government actions, yes or no?
Government actions pushed by the
yes or it's a yes or no question. Let's keep it on the rails here. Yes or no? Government actions
pushed by the
passed
parental rights movement.
Okay, so like there are parental rights people in the legislature like advocating for, or like elected legislators and governors who are elected people pass these
There's
bills.
both parents outside of the government and people within
Okay.
the government that are
Okay.
in the
Well, can you agree with me?
movement that pushed for all of those changes.
Okay, stop filibustering. Can parents pass bills if they're not elected representatives?
They can push their electeds to do so.
Can they pass bills?
They can push their
English,
electeds
right?
to do so.
Okay, but the elected officials have to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Let's go with do you have any familiarization with the idea of informed consent?
Yep.
What is that?
It is when you are able to make a decision based upon a full knowledge of the decision that you're making, and you can consent or not consent to that.
So transparency is key to that, right? Like people knowing what they're consenting to is important, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree that minors under United States law cannot give informed consent?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, well, correct me then.
Well, let's take the medical sense. And minors.
No, let's talk about the legal. Let's talk about the legal.
No, I'm talking about the legal sense, right, in which they can access healthcare via informed consent without the consent of their parents. In most states,
no,
at the latest, this is 16 that they are able to do this.
You're misunderstanding. You're not answering my question.
Legally, in the United States, they are able to.
You're not understanding my questions.
Consent.
Okay, stop.
You're just retarded.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Oh, you're reclaiming
what
your
is
time.
informed consent?
I already answered that. Asked and answered. Move on.
And so a minor can give informed consent in the United States, you say?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Great. So in order to have the
instance in which
right. So under United States law, I'll give you some Supreme Court cases. Let's go with the Yoder decision. Let's go with the Troxel decision, right? Who has the right to make decisions that are fundamental for the children's education, for the children's health care?
Most of those are on the parents, not all of them.
Right. And so you'd agree with me, any state that has any independent policies or school district that violates that would actually be going against the Constitution the Supreme Court's holding, yes?
Right, but your movement is not advocating for that. Your movement.
I'm
is
not. I don't have a
advocating for
movement. I don't have a
your
movement.
Policies to be
How about you
blanket
stick to the
policies
question?
for every
How
kid. What
about
I'm
you stick
advocating
to?
is that you are able
Can
to
you
do that.
stick
What
to
I'm
the question that's
advocating
being
is that
asked?
you can
Can
opt
you
your kid
stick
out
to the
of things
question
that
that's
you
being
don't like,
asked?
but you can't
Can
legislate that
you
it's
stick?
gone.
Can you stick to the question that's being asked? For the
Do a
love
better
of
job at
God.
cross-examining if you want me to. Ask me interesting questions. Come on.
Under Supreme Court precedent, parents have the right to determine what's best for their children, absent the removal of their rights by a judicial process. Yes or no?
For the most part.
Yeah, there's not any part that's not the most part, so whatever. Are you familiar with Troxler v. Granville?
Somewhat.
Okay, fair enough. Are you familiar with the idea about informed consent and parents needing to actually have the transparency, the knowledge of what's going on in order to actually make an informed decision, both in medical as well as social situations? Cool. So you'd agree with me
Some
that
medical.
these okay, well, to agree with me, these like forced outing things you're talking about, right? That the parents are actually being denied the transparency that's required to them by the Constitution and by the governing.
No,
the
there's
governing
no
statutes
transparency
over.
required. They're not making any decisions. It's literally just the kid going. It's the equivalent of you naming your kid Thomas and he goes by Tom at school. All right, it doesn't fucking matter. Yet y'all cry about it.
Who decides if it matters or not?
Really? Do you decide whether your kid goes by a nickname to his friends?
The question is who. So non-responsive dropping. We're moving on. How about no? You don't get asked questions right now. I'm moving on.
You don't want to address it. Come on.
No, the next you can ask me on your time. The next question is okay. So how about during the pandemic when students were given vaccines at the school in exchange for pizza and cookies and their parents weren't notified? Does that fall under your idea of transparency and parental consent?
Source. But children can consent to some medical procedures, such as
like getting a vaccine.
Without their parents,
like getting a vaccine. No, stop. Stop changing the subject. To getting a vaccine.
Sorry, so you didn't provide one. So let's move.
I'm asking. Okay, then tape it hypothetically. Can children consent to getting a vaccine?
No.
Okay, cool. Is parental consent required for children to get a vaccine?
Yeah, for a vaccine, yeah.
Cool. If a child were to get a vaccine without the parents' consent, that would be probably a net harm on the child, right?
I wouldn't say it's actually a harm on the child, but it wouldn't be good.
Oh, that's fine.
But it also just never fucking happened.
No.
You made it up
that's
in
fine.
your little delusional brain.
And we're actually done with time, Loodle. So I'm going to jump in. It is now your time to open. So this is your uninterrupted 5 minutes, sir. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
All right, cool. So I think there's been a lot of talk that's really kind of not really on point with the entire prompt and the entire debate we've been going through so far. The whole idea we're looking at here is what is the parental rights movement, right? And that it's been miscategorized and mischaracterized by the affirmative in this case over and over again. The parental rights movement as a movement is the idea that parents should have more transparency, more knowledge, more information, and more ability to exercise the parental rights in terms of their children, students, exposure to material they might find objective, exposure to different ideologies they might find objective, whether it be religious, cultural, gender ideology, or what have you, and also in regards to medical care and medical treatment. So the idea of the parental rights movement is not that there's any kind of fixed legislature that goes on or fixed legislative position that's advocating for, and it's not political cosplay, right? The whole idea is that the parents must be given the full knowledge necessary to give informed consent. And once the parent is given full knowledge and are able to develop an informed consent, they can opt in or opt out of what kid's going to do. Their kid's going to do a class in gender ideology or a class that has components of it that are that. The same way as that there are children who, the same way that the parent would opt in or out of a medical procedure for the child. The entire point of the parental rights movement is not to push a specific legislative agenda, and even the bills they cite, in Florida, in Tennessee, in everything else, right? The whole parental rights movement began with exposing what's actually going on in the schools, exposing what's actually going on between medical providers and their patients, right? And the whole idea about informed consent, which is really the paramount thing in today's debate, is each parent has the rights over their child as opposed to medical care, as opposed to education, right? Supreme Court cases decide this. Wisconsin v. Yoder allows the parent to take their kid out of public school and put them into private school or homeschool, right? And that was a fundamental case of saying parents have the right to control the way they wish the child to interface with education. Nobody's advocating that all children be mandated to go to private school or be homeschooled. The whole point is that there is a presumptive right on the United States Constitution that parents make the best decision for their children. Now, if for some reason a parent is not making the best decision for the children, or the parent is harming their children in any way, shape, or form, there is a process that is proper under the 14th Amendment's procedural due process requirement to have parental rights removed. The burden is upon the state to prove that there is actually harm being occurred to the children, right? However, the state's opinion of harm, the state's delineation of where that harm arises, right, has to rely on actual evidence and actual facts. There's a process for this to happen already. So the idea that somehow the parents knowing more, the parents being more informed will lead to child harm is completely erroneous. It's a non sequitur. I'd like that to be thrown around right now. The next point is that there's been even more substantial Supreme Court decisions, most recently Troxler v. Granville, right? That the parents have a fundamental right to determine their students' education, which considers and especially deals with the content of subjects in school, whether it's a religious studies class and they're teaching something about a religion that the parents object to. For example, if they're teaching a class in Christianity, and this was actually the case that was brought up in a later case called State v. Muhammad, was that the parent, a Muslim who objects to the teaching of Christianity in class, has the right to know that's being taught and then to opt out of the class. So again, the entire movement is not about making the school district do anything other than, as your opening on the affirmative said, through proper voting processes, get control of the democracy, change the school board, change the legislature, and have proper legislative action being taken, which is the proper way to do it. But what do you need to do that? You need information. You need parents to be informed. So in addition to that, there's the case that you brought up. It's Maria Duarte, 13-year-old son at Bearbeck Omaha Global Public Prep Academy in South LA, got a vaccine, and there were 13 other kids at that school who did. I can drop a link if you'd like it. But that was happening. The idea that students at school could be getting medical treatment without even the parents being notified they're getting it. And this happens in more than just vaccine, right? This happens there are well child checkups being done by mobile medical clinics at schools across the United States of America that parents aren't even notified that their kids are getting checked. There are dental clinics who roll through, and the parents aren't even getting properly notified that this is happening. The kid comes home and says, "Oh, a dentist came in and cleaned my teeth today." Like, the idea is not that parents are going to say that's bad. The idea is that parents are required by the Constitution, required by the Supreme Court holdings, to get proper information, to give proper informed consent. Because at the point in time that parents have the informed consent, they can either give it or they can withhold it. But the way it's going right now, what the parental rights movement spawned up in order to combat, is the complete shielding of parents from the proper information necessary to make the informed decisions about their child's welfare and well-being. And that's what the movement's about. So don't, it's this political thing, it's a cosplay. No, it's about give the parents the information, the parents will make the best decision. And that's the bottom line. And for that reason, it's more net beneficial than net negative. They can never overcome the burden, and you should vote negative. Thank you.
Reddish, you're muted. You can't.
Wait, what happened? Did I die and gone to heaven? What happened?
I'm sorry. No, again, I keep forgetting that I'm muted. So I just don't want you guys listening to me mouth breathe over here. All right. So it is now going to be your turn to cross-examine, Hammer. Hope you're still paying attention. 5 minutes is on the clock for you to use as you see fit. I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
Okay, so I just want to start by clarifying that part of the prompt is saying that the entire movement of the parental rights, which is a relatively recent topic that we're talking about, isn't just an idea. It seems that Grufus and Loodle has tried to abstract it and say that it's some general idea of wanting to know more, but there's a lot more involved in it, and it does include a lot of the policies that have been passed, right, including the one in Florida. The reason that this is relevant is because when you talk about parents should have the ability to have more control over what their child is exposed to, there's a lot of practical implications to it, right? I'm guessing that the opposition would say, well, it's more than just learning the curriculum, right? There's things in libraries, there's things that's mentioned in school that I want to have control over too. But how you actually approach and resolve these things is relevant, right? So I just want to, I guess my first question to Loodle is, would you stand by the solutions that were proposed in the Tennessee and Florida bills?
I mean, I don't think that has anything with the resolution exactly, right? The idea is that when parents had knowledge, they petitioned legislators to do something about it, and the legislators did something about it, right? Like the parental rights movement didn't actually. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's not just that; it's that they want to give them going forward the ability to like step in, and there's a lot. There's ways that they have to do so, right? I mean, we already have a lot of times in sex education the ability to opt out of that for parents, right? But it has to go even
Sure.
further, right? That's that. So, would you justify, say, in Florida, where they say that any parent who has any objection to something that's being taught or said in schools or anything that's in the library, any objection at all, they can take the school to court and sue them, and the school has to pay the full legal fees.
Well, if they to clarify that, right? If the parent wins, the school pays legal fees. If the parent loses, the school does not. The point being is that if there is something, and the only way this parent can take the school to court is not because they dislike a subject matter. It's that subject matter violates the law or the Constitution or the neutrality principles schools are bound by, right? So you can't just take it to court. I guess you can, because I don't like it, but you're going to lose, get your ass kicked out on a motion to dismiss, and then you're going to pay your own way, right? The only way that fees are paid is if the parent wins on a constitutional grounds.
No, that's not how it works. In fact, that's why the act actually specifies that the school has to pay all legal fees, right? So that
if the parent wins, if the claim is meritorious, if the claim is frivolous, or the claim is not meritorious, it doesn't win, the school pays nothing. That's
okay.
It's in the bill.
Okay, we can look at it in the bill. I've looked into
it. Well, in
it says.
In any legal setting, right? In any legal setting where anybody's requesting even a statutory remuneration of a lawyer's fees, right? It's only if you win. Like if you win the case, then the other side's responsible. In this case, too.
No, that's standard. But like this bill specifically goes against. Like that's why it clarifies that in these cases, even if the parent. Okay.
It doesn't say even if the parent loses, then the school they pay. No, it doesn't say that. Sorry.
We can look into that.
Okay, cool.
Do you agree with generally in general like qualified immunity?
Like police officers?
Well, a lot of government like a lot of parts of the government have qualified immunity, including schools.
Yeah, the school district have to be acting so far out of the bounds. And this is why the whole Florida thing is kind of like a red herring to an extent, is that in order to defeat qualified immunity, if they're actually acting in accordance with constitutional principles and in accordance with state law, right, then they still have qualified immunity against any kind of liability for money damages, right? However, there still is injunctive relief to get the problem acting that violates the Constitution or violates the state law removed, right? So again, like even if a parent were to win it and the attorney's fees had to be paid, right, they couldn't go after the school for money damages because of qualified immunity. However, what they're not seeking money damages. They're seeking injunctive relief, to have an injunction put upon, like for example, the policy of not informing parents about what's being taught in a specific class. They keep it behind locked doors, right? They could get injunctive relief to make sure that all the curriculum is transparent. That's what the legal suit would seek.
I mean, well, it wouldn't be even in the case, even in cases where they're not looking for money damages. Again, the school still has to pay for the legal fees, right? Because
if they win, if the parents win, yeah.
Because, well, okay, but like even still, like this is why legal harassment is a thing, is because being like inundated with legal threats and legal cases is a method that is used to like silence groups, right? So
it's called vexatious litigation. So yeah, but I agree with you. Go ahead.
Right. So the problem with this is that if a school is vulnerable to lawsuits from all sides, which allow basically not function normally unless they completely remove all of these topics, right? Because if they even stop in any way, if a teacher just offhandedly mentions it, if any of these topics are released in schools, it makes them vulnerable to all this litigation, right? Until the parents are satisfied that their student isn't seeing anything that they find objectionable.
All right, so I'm going to jump in there real quick. I'm going to jump in there, Loodle. Sorry, but yeah, it wasn't really a question. I didn't feel like there wasn't a question. Was there a question there, Hammer?
No, I guess not.
He said, how is
I
school
just
going to
didn't wanna
survive
get-
if this happens? That's a question.
Well, I'll tell you what, Loodle, carry that part into your next part, which is going to be your first on the champion rounds. So up first for the champion rounds, 15 minutes is going on the clock. Like I said, you can use that to sort of seed this part. Castle, it is you and Loodle Miss. 15 minutes starts now. Go ahead and get after it, gentlemen.
Hey, Castle, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm well, man. I'm well. So, hey, just can we maybe try to get to like just for the betterment of the audience and the discourse in general, right? Like get to some sort of a agreed upon or maybe slightly contested definition of what the parental rights movement is?
Yeah. So I think you know what, you lay out your position here, because I think between Groofus and Zach and you, there is a little bit of an opening there where even when Gorf was talking about it, I think that's the understanding of what the parental rights is to a lot of people. So if you have a different definition or you want to kind of move it in a certain way,
I don't think I don't think you can define anything as being like it's cosplaying to promote political gain. Like that's not really a functional definition, right? So I get the rhetoric in that, and that's all fine. But like, I would like to kind of come to a consensus at the first of these champion things that we can like kind of maybe adopt and go with going forward, so we're not just arguing rhetoric from here out. And I'm willing to concede some sort. I mean, I just want to kind of have like an actual definition, right? Like I would say, and you can counter, and we can maybe meet in the middle, right? It's a movement to affect the body of policy to protect the presumptive right of parental authority over medical decisions, education, general upbringing against state override by providing parents with the information necessary to make informed decisions and provide informed consent.
I think that's most of what I would say I have here. I mean, it is a political movement, right? Would we?
Well, yeah, because how else would you affect policy? Because I mean, as your captain, your team.
Well, I wasn't sure, so I just wanted to ask.
Well, no. I just think we can agree on this. Is the captain your team change the Congress? It seems like the parental rights movement, whether or not you agree or disagree with its ideology, is abiding by the very method that your captain said should be done. I think that the parental rights movement is trying to get information about medical decisions, education, general upbringing back to the parents so they're fully informed and can make this. And the thing is that there are probably 80% of parents in the US today who'd be like, okay, I know what's in this gender studies class. I know what books in the library. Fucking go right ahead, bro. It's all good. But the problem is that if that information is not given out, the parents can't make an informed decision. Like, do we quibble on that?
So I think what the difference there is at least in Gorse's opening was that the claim is that, or like your claim is parents are already attending school board meetings and they can file complaints, and that's already part of the system, right?
Well, that was your captain's claim, not mine.
Well, are you saying to enact like at least on the conservative side, right, who are for the parental rights movement, are you saying that they aren't doing that and that they're trying to enact change?
Are you saying that liberals are against having more information about what's going on in their schools and medical decisions for their kids? I don't think it's partisan like that.
No, I'm just trying to understand your part of the argument. Are on how the change is happening? Because I think what we were saying is the democratization of having laws changed or people on the school board changed through a democratic system is good. We're just against people using other outside influences to make rapid changes that affect large swaths of people just from the way that one kid or a few kids in a school are feeling about an issue and their parents are strongly against. I think that that's where.
All right, so like parents can overreact. That's fair, right? But at the same time, like, so who, like, what article of the Constitution would a school board's authority fall under?
What article of the I have no idea. Could not tell you.
It's Article 1. Congress establishes school districts. Congress establishes school boards, whether in the state or the federal government, right? So it's Article 1. So the way to change things with school boards, how they operate, or even their existence, right, is a congressional, state level authority, right? So the idea is that
because
go ahead.
Well, like the way that the school board operates, I suppose, but the people on the school board themselves, they still make the rules, right?
Within the laws of the state, which are determined by the state legislature, right?
Yeah, it's state dependent. Sure. Yep.
Right. I agree. Right. No, absolutely. And that's why when if Florida does something batshit crazy, right? That I guess people who are more liberal or whatever don't like. And California does something that is like all the conservatives in America hate, right? Like that's California and Florida's right to do so under federalism, right?
So I'll counter it with this. So let's say, well, I guess in California you'll bring up something where they're teaching about sex education.
Oh, I'm
or
not.
something.
I don't even want specific examples. I'm just trying to say, like, even if California did the most heinous thing possible to a conservative mind, fill in the blank, whatever it is, right? And Florida is the most like restrictive thing that's heinous to a liberal mind, right? Like, isn't that still California and Florida's rights to do that as long as it doesn't violate the Constitution on the federal level?
Well, as we've seen, it is their right. But does that mean it's not harming kids if you're teaching them something that's false or wrong, like an historic event? If you're in Florida and you're talking about, I think this was the case during the Civil Rights Act, the woman who's had to sit in the back of the bus, Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks,
like if you're talking about Rosa Parks and you're saying Rosa Parks was denied, her the access to sitting in the front of a bus because she was a Black woman, and at the time that she was, southern states were pro-segregation and they wouldn't allow her for the color of her skin. And it was in Florida, they're like, well, actually, they didn't let Rosa Parks sit in the front of the bus because they didn't like her attitude. And it's like,
that's
okay,
not actually that's made up though, right?
What's made up?
The scenario you just gave out. They like Florida's not teaching. They didn't let her on the bus because it was bad attitude, right?
I'm paraphrasing, but if you actually look at what Florida is teaching, it is not historically accurate.
Sorry, but
we could talk about that.
But that's made up though, right?
Okay,
What
that
you just said is not
example. No, but
I just wanted to clarify. You're fine. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. But the example I'm trying to make is that you can't teach history in two different ways. And I think that's going to harm kids in the state of Florida if they're growing up thinking that Rosa Parks was discriminated against for one reason, and that's not historically accurate. So that's my point. It's just that if you are teaching kids education in a state where they have different rules and laws, and then those kids are growing up learning wrong things or they're behind in certain subjects, I think that's harmful. Whereas in California, if you're teaching them too much of a subject, then I don't know. I
get your point. The problem is then so would you say in order to protect teaching what you consider to be the right narrative of history or whatever that is, right? Like you must shut out parents from knowing what it is you're teaching the students. Like you can't even tell the parents what your curriculum is in fear of it might be getting like pushback.
Wait, are you saying that we shouldn't be telling parents how?
I'm asking if that's what you're asking. No, I'm asking if you are saying that the curriculum itself and what's being taught, whether it's Rosa Parks or whether it's gender ideology, should be sequestered away and hidden from parents so they can't know what's going on in the classroom.
No, but don't we have syllabus?
Okay, well, that's what the parental rights movement is about, is that these things were not publicly available. School districts and teachers and schools were not disclosing them. That's why it's more for the information. And again, if you give that information out to the parents, right, 98% of them will have no problem with it. There might be a couple of racist sons of bitches there who do. That's not the point. The point is that parents should be given the information in order to make an informed decision about what their students and their children are doing at school.
Okay, so I think we're arguing. No, I'll say no, but I think we're arguing two different things. You're saying that parental rights is about having more information about what their kids are learning at school. Okay.
Yeah, and so the parents can make an informed decision, right?
Right, but the informed decision you're saying is that because they're being taught about certain subjects, then the parents are going to be like, okay, we should not teach this. That's what you're saying is going to be the process.
No. That's why you
then what's the point?
The point is that parents know what's going on. The parents' right movement is not about sanctioning subjects off. That's why your whoever opened for you got it totally wrong. The point of the parents' right movement is to actually have transparency in what's going on at schools, whether it's gender ideology
the people
or
who are pro-parent, who are pro-parental rights in the state of Florida, they don't know what's going on, and they're just arguing for something that they just don't know about. I don't think that's right. I think they do know what's going on, and they're against it.
Well, they would have to have access to it, right? But that doesn't mean they're pro-parental rights. It means they're anti that part of the curriculum. Those are two different things that y'all are trying to conflate. So let me ask you another question.
It's part of the same. It's part of the same movement, though, because I think that's two different things.
I think it's two different things too.
Okay, but that we're arguing about the parental rights movement. That's the parental rights movement. It's not even just knowing more information. It's taking information and then saying, hey, we don't agree with how you're teaching the subject.
once the people have the information, they can do what they want with it. They can love it or hate it. But the parental rights movement is specifically about transparency in medical care, informed consent, in curriculum that's being taught, and in what's happening with the kids at school. So it can be a better partner with the school district to teach them what they think should be taught. If they have to remove it, and what happens after that is not about the parental rights movement, right? That's legislative stuff. That's congressional stuff. That's gubernatorial actions, executive orders. That's not parental rights movement stuff at that point in time. But my question I have for you then: how about the case at the private school, the Barack Obama private school in California, Southern LA, where they forced kids, or they gave kids vaccines without even notifying their parents? You think that oversteps? Like, if there's a threshold, right? That's too far, right?
Yeah, again, that's another thing that I have never heard of, a kid being able to get a vaccine without parental consent. I'm against that. So if that's something that we actually have documentation on, I would love to see it, because like Gorse was talking to Zach or somebody, or maybe it was you. We're talking about kids who are getting pizza for getting a vaccine. Like, that is nothing I've ever heard.
It's right here from
consent.
NBC Los Angeles in 2021. It's right here. We can share the link if Radish.
Share the link. I'll take a look at it.
Here, Groofus, put it up there, please, for Radish, please. The point being is that if nothing else, right, like that's a bridge too far, right? Like that idea about avoiding informed consent and not notifying parents is not only.
But that's Barack Obama's private school in LA. You know, we're talking about public schools. Right?
I mean, it's happening.
Public schools are.
No,
I don't think it's ever happened in a public school.
Public schools are not in the prompt. It's about the parental rights movement, which is about informed consent, right? So just
parental rights movement is pro charter schools, pro private schools. They're against public education.
You're ascribing all kinds of things that the parental rights movement is not. That's why I wanted to get to the definition of what it is, right? And we apparently disagree more now than we did at the beginning. Is the idea that
I think that we agree on some things, but I also think we have to acknowledge the reality. Like, a lot of folks who are against the greater authority that they believe that the government or schools have, especially the schools have, over their children's education and health decisions, they believe that they know better, right?
Okay.
And private institutions.
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way then. Do you think that children should be required to have mandatory compulsory education in a public school or private school?
Do I believe that children should have mandatory public education?
Should children be required to go to education through K through 12, whether in a private or public school? Should they be required to do that?
Well, it's not required, is it?
I'm asking you if you think it should be.
Personally, I mean, I'm pro education, so yeah, sure. I believe that.
So
I believe that kids should be educated.
The Supreme Court disagrees, but that's fine. But the next thing, how about having the parents know what is being taught to their schools, to their students in school, including and not limited to what's being taught in every class? Should parents be informed of that?
Let me ask this question for that question. Because I know it'll answer this, but do you think that if you enrolled your kid into public school, I don't know if you have or not, but if you did and you called the teacher and asked them what they were teaching that year, they would not tell you?
A lot. No, but I'm asking should. Well, I have, and that has happened, but that's anecdotal at best, right? I'm saying should it be that way?
Sure.
Should parents know? Okay, good.
Anecdotally, I believe that syllabi have been handed out during every year before the school year. Kids know what they're learning, and I think from a subject perspective, it can be more. There's more minutia involved where it's like, we're going to learn about civil rights, and then under that, I'm sure that they aren't adding up like every little issue, but sure, they should. If they want to have every subject, yeah.
Okay, so Troxel v. Granville, the Supreme Court decision 2020 also agrees with that, right? So my question is that once the information that's required by the government and the Constitution to be given to parents, right, is given to them transparently, right? What the parents do with that information is up to the parents, right? They can love it, they can hate it. That's free speech. That's freedom of association, freedom to adjust grievances, right?
Yeah, doesn't that currently exist?
No, that's the reason the parental rights movement existed, was to get transparency in these things. That's the whole problem.
It's not. That's where we're coming back to the disagreement. So you believe it's just about learning more information. I think that's a basic, very specific part of maybe this movement, but it's a broader, much broader movement than that. And I get why you want to believe that, because it's obviously helpful to your argument, but it's just not the case. If people were just worried about learning information, they could literally ask the school board to include something like that. They're not doing that. They're going to these school boards saying, we need to remove these folks because they're allowing certain subjects.
Do you realize
that
public school boards across the nation closed down public comment for 2.5 years during COVID, and it had parents arrested following it, especially when parents, like in the case in Lexington, Virginia, or Arlington, Virginia, sorry, where there was a kid who identified as transsexual who was in the school and SA'd a girl in the male bathroom, right? He tried to bring it up. The kid was eventually transferred to school, then arrested and kicked out. The father brought it up at a public school board meeting. He was told to shut up by the school board and then was arrested for trying to bring his daughter's rights to form, right? Like, this is what we're talking about. The school boards have
but those school board members were, but what happened?
No, they're still in power. They're still in power.
I know, but do you know why?
Because the people in the majority don't give a fuck about actual children's well-being. Exactly.
No, it's because the majority of people in that school district believe that the procedures that came down to it were appropriate. It wasn't that they just let somebody let them sexually assault a student. I don't think anybody's pro that.
And that causes more net harm for children than negative rests.
No, I if I can just finish my comment, then
we're out of time, but okay. I was trying to drop one.
Just a response, and also, Horse, if you want us to keep going, let us know. But just
a
final response. Yeah,
you're muted, Horseradish.
Yep, I realized I was muted. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I was going to say go ahead and close your thoughts there. We are past time, but yeah, you can go ahead and put a cherry on top there, Castle. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So just a cherry on top of that is, like, I don't think taking what one school board did in Virginia should affect the whole country in terms of how we're looking at the democratization of voting for school subjects and material, or even what happens, whether it's good or bad at a school, right? So I'll just end it there. I think.
Well, then neither should one bill in Florida either, right? Then neither should one bill in Florida.
I can tell you guys could just keep going. We're gonna get more into it later, but leave something for the next guys. All right. Speaking of those next guys, Hammer and Groofus, you guys are up next. You can pick up where they left off. You can take it your own direction. It's your time to use as you see fit, gentlemen. Go ahead and get after it.
Okay. Groofus, I'm gonna start with something real quick. You would probably agree that there is like the standard of informing parents to what a child is being taught is that exists outside of the parental rights movement, right? Because we're talking about something specific here, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So the standard that to some extent parents are informed of what a child is learning in school exists before, like, the specific parental rights movement we're talking about, right?
No, I think that is like I'm. If we're just going to continue this conversation from Loodle and Castle's discussion, no, that is a big part of the parental rights movement. There were instances of children being vaccinated that parents weren't notified, so it's a big part of it.
Well, okay. I'm not saying that it's not a part of the movement to say that they want more information, but generally speaking, for the most part, throughout history, for the American education system, parents have been more or less informed of what's going on in the schools, right?
That's an empirical.
Because this is a pretty modern movement, and what's that?
That's an empirical claim that would be needed to be proven.
Okay, I mean, I could prove that. It seems you don't think that, like, before modern current events, schools have informed parents of what children have been learning.
I don't know. This is a past thing. I didn't go back 50, 70, 100 years to look whether or not parents were being informed or not, because that's. We're talking about current, or we're talking about the current day, not the history of the movement.
Okay. I'm just trying to get across that I didn't think this was controversial. That, like, there are instances where schools have talked about what a child, like, what we're talking about doesn't encapsulate every single instance that a school informs a parent of what is happening with a child, right? That's like, these things have been happening. We're talking about, like, the movement specifically is talking about the controversial things, or the modern the instances of like LGBT or civil rights stuff, right? That, like, sometimes the parents didn't quite know about.
Okay, so wait, I'm confused. So now it is about whether or not there's transparency, and also where's the civil rights stuff? I mean, I know I would agree with that.
So there's
Part of the controversy is about LGBT stuff. That's fairly obvious and out there.
right. There's also talk about like critical race theory being taught in schools. Basically, what I wanted to get to is, what we're talking about is specifically parents being informed of children who are broaching topics with their school administration and their teachers that involve sexual topics, topics of abuse, topics of relationship, and topics of sexual orientation, right?
Right. That is part of the discussion within the modern day discourse. Yes.
Okay. So do you think that there are instances in which it's better to have a private conversation with the child outside of the parent's knowledge, in order to give them support for, like, abusive situations?
Sure. I mean, I think it's a fairly easy concession that not all parents should be parents, right? Like there are absolutely how should I put this? And I don't think our position was that all parents are good, or that
No,
no
that's
child
not what
ever
I'm
needs
saying.
protection. Okay, what were
That's
you
not what I'm
saying?
saying. So there are instances in which giving the children an avenue to talk to, like, trusted adults about situations that they might not be comfortable talking to their parents about is probably a good thing, right?
So
Would you
I
agree with that?
want that there should be parents that, or sorry, there should be that it's okay for parents to, or sorry, for teachers to not tell parents about stuff, right? Or parents about.
So there are
I'm just
specific
trying.
subjects which, yeah, there are specific topics which we want children to be, usually teachers, because they're the trusted adult, to go to trusted adults outside of the knowledge of their parents in order to get support for things that they can't talk to their parents about. And giving them
Right.
the
So
opportunity to do so is probably important, right?
basically, so how do we make sure we're not, getting rid of mandatory reporting with this clause?
Um, well, it would be specific topics. So, like, one of the things that Gorse brought up is a book about talking about consent, books talking about sexual abuse, books talking about romantic abuse, things like that. Um, these specific topics children should be able to have conversations with their teachers about, and reach their teachers about, without having to inform their parents. I can bring up another example, which is children going to. I mean, they're allowed to with medical professionals, where they go to get STD testing or pregnancy testing outside the knowledge of their parents.
That's, but they have to. They have. So you're going against essentially what the law currently is. You have to. Teachers have to. Um, Teachers and counselors and whatnot. They have to report these things for a reason, because it's. If you don't, I'm a mandatory reporter for my job, right? So you have to do these things. Otherwise, this stuff will never get better. If you just don't, talk to the parents, if you don't talk to some other authority figure, you're just leaving the kid high and dry, whether or not the if you don't tell someone higher up and get action done, you are the kid is a failure against the kid. Is essentially what I'm trying to say. You were
Well, you're talking about an instance you have to tell an authority higher on up, but there are instances where you wouldn't want to tell the parent.
yeah, right. So the consequence of that is the parent kind of ends up having to know, because at some point the parent will find out.
I mean, in in a lot of cases, but there are cases in which, like, say if we're talking about, like, if say a child seeks help for like sexual health, right? And they're talking about like SED, like the SED example where where children, or not children but like minors, can go seek like information about like whether or not they have an STD without the knowledge of their parents. The reason that's important is so children aren't completely uninformed or unhelped on serious topics because they're afraid of their parents finding out. Your parents that you're asking your teacher about an STD test, and this can be like extended to like things like sexual abuse or romantic abuse for relationships you might not want to talk to your parents about.
You're equivocating between treatments, between something that's not a treatment and something that is a treatment, and then also now actual abuse. If so long as it's not an actual treatment, it's fine, right? But if there's abuse or if there's a treatment that's given, that's under mandatory reporting, and the whole parents are going to find out eventually, even if you try to hide it, it comes back into play. Knowledge is one thing, like
Well,
free condoms is whatever, right? Like, but when you
well,
bring back around, you try to bring you try not to let parents know that the vaccines, they're giving their fucking kids vaccines without letting them know. The parents are going to find out eventually.
I mean, I would say that if true, if the vaccine example is true, which it is different because it's in a private school, right? Which follows different
There's a
rules and is
public
less
school. There's a public school option or example I found.
okay. I would say that's an aberration, and that would fall into pretty standard, like uh, parent information that most schools adhere to, right? But what the parental rights movement is advocating for is like total, complete, like disclosure of everything that a child finds or talks about or learns about or comes to their teachers about to parents that it might, whether or not they it is appropriate or whether or not the parent is helpful for them.
Citation needed. What all of the parental rights movement is that?
Well, that's what it's advocating for. I mean, we have instances of them taking out, like going into libraries and taking out books on any sexual topic, including sexual abuse, consent, right? And wait, but you also couldn't concede that there are instances where children might seek information from teachers that they might not want their parents knowing that they're talking to them about. You like I asked you if you were like if you said, "Oh yeah, there are instances of that," but you said no. You always have to disclose that to the parents.
I was saying that their parents are going to find out regardless, as a consequence
Um,
of not telling them. You,
I Can you clarify that? Sure, real quick.
yeah, like I said earlier, when it comes to mandatory reporting, one of many reasons why there are mandatory reporting is a thing is because parents are going to find out. Kids will end up talking, especially young kids, but kids in general end up talking, even, or parents somehow find out through friends or whatever, and then it causes an even bigger fuss. This is sort of relating to one of my favorite sayings, that humans are predictably unpredictable. You will people will find out this shit in the most extreme, egregious ways possible.
Okay, so the reason that children shouldn't have a resource to talk to parents or talk to teachers and administration about
That's
like sexual topics.
I said it's a consequence
what's
of
that?
not telling them. I never said that's you. I'm not making an ought claim here. I'm only making an is claim.
Okay, do you think that that should be a resource available to kids, like a confidential like discussion with their teachers about these topics, just for information?
So long as it is not a treatment, so long as it is not talking about actual abuse or something of that nature. If you were talking about consent or whatever, something like that, that is fine. But if you're talking
Or
about
like information, right?
what do you mean by information?
So like information on the like if a child goes to their teacher like asking like the complexities of consent or the complexities of romantic abuse or the complexities of sexual health or the complexities of even LGBT topics, right? Which I'm sure the people on your side would say that no LGBT topic should ever be even um, like entertained because they're gonna groom the kids. But like even anything involving like sexual topics.
I am all I'm saying, right, is you're sorry. Can you repeat what I actually didn't really understand the question. I got the statement, but what's the question in there?
So, do you think that that students should have as a resource the adults and administration and teachers to talk confidentially about information involving sexual topics, and the ability to keep those conversations private against their parents if they don't want their parents to know?
This is another issue of the consequence of they're going to find out anyways. But at the end of the day, it's so long as there is a treatment, not a treatment, so long as it is not talking about some form of abuse, right? I am fine with it.
Well, not like specific abuse, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're talking about abuse in the abstract, like what
Yeah,
is
exactly.
abuse? What is abuse? That's yeah. But like they if you're saying they were abused, right? Or
Hmm.
what if like include that
Right.
also I would think includes like what if I were abused, taking the hypothetical, as I would say almost most times within context ends up with the kid actually having been abused.
I mean, theoretically, but you can't know that for sure, right? What if what if
Or if
a
the kids are
student
one
comes to
of
the
friends.
teacher saying, "I think I was abused," but it's like something that's relatively minor. I not to like dismiss victims of abuse, but you know, something that doesn't grow because now they have the information.
Legally, that then they have to report it if there's like if there's uncertainty, they have to report it.
Sure. Okay. I mean, it could also be just pure information of like how do I avoid abusive relationships, or how do I, and if we're talking about sexual topics, how do I avoid things like STDs if I'm sexually active, right?
Right. Well, this is back to we're trying to make stuff more make it so we're having more transparency when it comes to kids getting the treatments and or talking about abuse. Yeah, we're out of time though.
Right.
All right,
But
you are.
we're all okay.
No, go ahead if you need to. Go ahead and put that last thought in there, Hammer.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not just like, again, it's not just, it seems like you're indicating that you only want information on if a child is getting treatment, but that is not, that seems to be like the minority of your case, because you're talking about like what's happening in the school, which involves information, right? So obviously there are going to be cases in which a teacher is talking privately with a student about like information on these topics, right? And necessarily, if your purpose is to have full disclosure on what is being told to your kids, then you would have like, that's a part of your argument. It's weird that you're like now like
This is just
claiming
what
again,
we
or
ended
like
up
kind of
talking.
dropping that point, but
Last thought there,
we were just
Rufus.
ended up talking about for this. This is kind of which we ended up talking about for this discussion. We just ended up going down on this specific road. We weren't necessarily going down on
All right, gentlemen.
other things like Castle Luda went down a different path.
Good stuff. And now all three of the champion rounds is going to go a different path, and that's what makes them fun. Speaking of which, our third and final champion round is going to be between Gorps and Zach. So real quick, before we start on this, I do know both of y'all, and I know both of y'all can make and take things personally. So I'm going to ask you up front, please respect the tone and ethic of the DMZ. Please remember to attack the belief, not the believer. But I'm also going to try mostly to stay out of this. So that said, 15 minutes is on the clock, gentlemen. You're welcome to pick it up where they left off. Or take it where you want to. Go ahead and get after it.
One
All right,
fine
let's
day
go.
in the middle of the night.
Your friends over here, and I think you as well, have been a little bit wishy-washy and flip-flopping on what your definition of the parental rights movement is. Groofus started out by saying it was a policy movement, and then seemingly followed Loodle's stupid understanding of it just being about awareness, and it's just being about parents being informed. So, what is your definition of this movement?
Well, that seems to be a pretty egregious straw man because Loodle stated it and Groofus did not say anything that contradicted it. So I'll restate it for you. Parental rights movement as the body of policy efforts to affirm and protect the presumptive parental authority over medical decisions, education, and general upbringing against default state override. And we define parental rights themselves the same way: presumptive, not absolute, rebuttable on evidence.
Okay, so we are talking about policy. We're talking about more than just information, more than just parents having information. So let's look at some of that policy and kind of going along with the conversation that just happened. Do you think that kids should be educated on how to identify coercive or abusive behavior?
Yes.
Then why does the parental rights movement move to ban books that educate kids on that?
Can you show me an instance of a group of parents or one of these subgroups in the parental rights movement specifically advocating for banning that specifically?
Florida
Or is this
had
one of those
Florida had parents.
cases where some curriculum or some book got caught up in a sweeping list of bans?
Many of these have parents that are advocating for the book to be banned. It's perfectly normal being one of them, the one that I mentioned in my opening.
Oh, you're citing perfectly normal. Okay, you're citing the book
Yes,
that
a kid that
is
teaches kids to recognize grooming, coercion, and unsafe touch.
overtly, yeah, it teaches kids to recognize that. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it does.
It's
one of
perfectly
many, but
normal.
yes.
The book that obviously is geared towards making kids okay with being touched is actually warning them against being.
That book describes sexual assault and how to identify and what to do in an instance where you are sexually assaulted. You cut out at the end there. I don't know if you're still trying to talk.
I'm pausing the clock. Zach, if you can hear us, we are not able to hear you. Yep. We can hear each other, but you are completely muted and not coming through in Discord. Everybody can hear me, and everybody can, Gorps, you can hear me okay? Maybe it's me who's fucking up. Balls. All right, hang on. I'm going to leave the room, see if that fixes it. Hold on, everybody. Okay, I can hear you down here. Okay, it's working down here.
Hello?
Okay. All right, it's working again.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So, can everybody hear everybody once again? I'm just going to start the clock back up if we can. Zach,
I
thumbs up
think
if
we're
you can
good.
hear us.
I can hear.
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we're all
Yes.
good. Fucking Discord
sir.
keeps shit in the
Good to
bed on
go.
us. Yep. Again, I stopped the clock as soon as y'all started roboting, so I'm just going to start the clock back up. Please continue where you were.
Yeah, we can go back a couple sentences because I don't know when it cut off. At the end of the day, it's perfectly normal. Illustrates a sexual assault. It describes what to do, how people feel after a sexual assault. It's an informative book in that aspect. Earlier in the book, it talks about grooming, coercion. These are all things that kids need to be educated on and need to know what to do. Having it from the perspective of one of their peers is often a good way for them to be engaged in it.
Okay,
part
I'm going to
of the
repeat
reason
the
that most
question.
people
Have you
have
ever
it.
looked through the pages of that book?
Some of them, yeah.
And you're okay with kids having sexually explicit content put in front of them?
That book is perfectly fine for high schoolers. They see worse on fucking Instagram, dude.
So because we live in a pornified culture where kids are exposed to worse things online, we should also expose them to those bad things in the school, which is supposed to be a safer, cleaner setting.
Okay,
That
so let's go
logic
to a
sucks
different
shit.
example. Let's go to Missouri removing Trevor Project materials from counseling offices, which is a
Oh, the Trevor Project! Pedophile
LGBTQ
Inc.
youth-
Great, let's hear about
an
this one.
LGBTQ youth suicide hotline. Do you think that suicide hotlines are not important for kids to have?
Do I think that a degenerate-themed hotline that focuses entirely on allowing kids to not have to report to their parents or other safe adults is a bad thing? Yeah.
Do you think that when a child is in crisis and needs somebody to talk to so they don't kill themselves, they should have a resource that will stop them from killing themselves? Do you think that that is something that they should have? Do you think that that would reduce harm to kids?
You know what I think would reduce harm to kids? I think what would reduce harm to kids would be a culture that teaches parents that they should have authority and knowledge over their kids' lives and teaches children that their parents, contrary to what they feel in their little feely place, their parents actually are statistically overwhelming the people that care most about them. And they should not be taught to run to other sources of perceived safety or assurance unless the parent is the person who is
Suicide hotline
actually
is
harming
literally
them.
a last resort for when somebody is about to kill themselves and has a second thoughts. That is what a suicide hotline is for. What you are saying
Why don't
is
they
that
call their
kids
parent?
should not have that, which
Why don't
the
they call their
effect
parent?
of that is rather that they will fucking kill themselves. Yet you claim to be on the side that is improving child safety here.
Again, why
You are
don't they call their
specifically
parent?
advocating for a resource that stops kids from killing themselves to be taken away from kids.
That's,
And your
I
entire
don't
side
remember.
advocates
I
for
don't
it. That's
remember ever
why-
saying
that's
that.
why
I
Missouri
remember
removed
what
it.
I remember saying is advocating for a culture shift away from encouraging kids to seek refuge anywhere but their
Your
family
movement-
to
your
encouraging kids to
movement
seek shelter
advocated
and
for the
refuge in their
removal.
family.
Your movement, right? We're talking about the parental rights movement, advocated for the removal of a suicide hotline in Missouri schools. How do you think that is not a net
Who was
negative?
operating that suicide hotline?
Trevor Project. Great.
Yeah, Trevor Project, Pedophile
Great.
Inc. Next.
Great. Trevor Project, who has saved tens of thousands of LGBT youth and adults, for that matter, from suicide. Would you rather these kids kill themselves? Because that is the realistic alternative when these resources are not available to them.
I don't buy that.
You don't buy that.
I
The
don't
data
buy
buys
that.
that. The data shows it. I mean, we can talk
Do you
about
have that
Florida,
data?
where
Do you have that data?
I can get it to you not off the top of my head right now, though. I don't have a link like right now.
I would like to see some
We can
kind
talk
of
about Arkansas, where
a
parental consent for
cross-comparative
counseling
study that
led
actually
to-
demonstrates that kids that don't have access to these hotlines actually kill themselves, because
I'll
overwhelmingly,
get you one.
according to
I'll
the
get you
data
one.
I've
I'll get
seen,
you one after
when
this.
kids don't have access
The
to
data he's saying is
resources
retarded.
like a
Don't worry.
random hotline, they actually just go to their parents or a trusted adult
Go to
in their
their
school
abusive
or
parents.
friend.
Oh, they're trusted adults. So we should have trusted adults in schools that the kids can talk to in confidence.
I
Is that something
already
you support?
my side, Groofus, I believe it was, and I never opposed the idea of there being an additional safe adult outside the home, especially if the parents are the one perpetrating
Great. So
abuse.
why does the
That's not what the parental rights movement is.
Hold on,
That's
hold
not.
on,
We're
hold
not
on.
against
The
that.
parental rights movement in Arkansas made parental consent necessary for counseling, which led to students being turned away during active crisis from their school counselors. That
No,
is what the parental rights
so
movement
let me ask
has
you.
done.
Let me
You can
counter
say
this.
that
Let me
you don't
counter this
agree with
line
this.
of argumentation,
Let me
Groofus.
finish.
I'm sorry,
Let me finish my
Gorps.
argument. You can say that you don't personally agree with this. I really don't give a fuck. The prompt is the parental rights movement, not your personal feelings. All right? The parental rights movement is
The argument
removing
is the
access to
movement. So
mental
let's
health
talk
care for
about
kids.
your schools and your groups who take kids and sex change them, vaccinate them, and give them abortions without parental consent, even
That
when there is
vaccination
no
point is
parental abuse.
alleged with no evidence
Even
by
when there
literally
is
just
no
one lady,
parental
by the
abuse.
way.
So if you want to pin the Arkansas group on my entire movement, I think it's fair game that we also go across the aisle and talk about
I'm not
all the
supporting a
really
movement,
shitty
you
shit
are.
that your movement does.
I'm not supporting a movement. You are.
You are supporting a
The prompt
movement.
is
You
not a
are
movement.
obviously
The prompt is not
arguing
me
in
supporting a
favor of the
movement.
LGBTQ movement,
No,
which
I'm
is the
arguing
main
in favor of
counter to the
mental
parental
health
rights
for
movement.
kids. I'm arguing in
Oh,
favor of
you're
mental
arguing.
health for kids, which is what the parental rights movement has taken
Dude, that
away.
is so disingenuous. Are you fucking
We just
kidding
had this
me?
whole conversation about how these resources are being removed from kids having access to them, and you seem to think it's disingenuous. The parental rights
It is
movement
incredibly
removed these
disingenuous to say
resources in
that when
multiple
you
states.
oppose the parental rights movement, the only thing you're advocating for is mental health support for kids. That's so incredibly disingenuous. It's not even funny.
Disingenuous to say
That's
I'm just doing
bad.
it for
That is the
just for kids.
definition of
Nobody
bad
even
faith.
fucking talked about trans kids. You are the first one to bring it up. You're fucking obsessed. Anyways, let's get back on topic. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Psychological Association, the NASP,
I'm
the
obsessed.
ASCA,
That's
the
one of the
NEA have
main
all issued
things
statements
that the
saying
entire
forced
parental
outings,
rights
book
movement showed
bans,
up
and mental health
in
restrictions
opposition to.
directly
Like,
increase risks of abuse, self-harm, and suicide. Now, please tell me how this is helping with child safety and well-being.
So,
please tell me why
let me
all
ask
of
you
those groups are
something.
wrong.
I didn't even hear what you said. Let me ask you something. Did the parental rights movement
the American
not?
Academy of Pediatrics, the American Psychological Association,
Real quick,
the
gentlemen,
NASP,
I'm going to
ASCA,
intervene just because the
NEA.
chat cannot hear what's being said, and they would like to hear both of y'all. So please try to at least go back and forth for me as you were.
Great. Both APAs, the NASP, the ASCA, and the NEA have all issued statements saying forced outings, book bans, and mental health restrictions directly increase the risks of abuse, self-harm, and suicide to youths. Now, please tell me how that is beneficial to child safety and well-being. With all of these orgs agree that all of these things are negative, please tell me why you think that it's somehow magically positive.
All of those orgs agree. Great. All of the people who are ideologically captured and aligned on the same side and getting money from the same NGOs all agree that they want to indoctrinate my kids. Cool story, bro. I really couldn't fucking care less. Now, is it true or is it not true that the entire parental rights movement emerged primarily as a counter to the trans kids movement and the indoctrination of kids in school?
I don't think the first book banning was in 2016. I think it was before then. And that's pretty much when y'all started crying about trans people. Trans people have existed, and trans kids have existed. Trans people have been getting gender affirming care since the 1920s in America. Y'all just started crying in 2016 out of nowhere because you're pussies. But that's not the topic of this
We
debate.
started crying
that's not the topic of
because
this
we're
debate.
pussies. It's not because kids have been neutered in mass. It's not because the suicide attempt rate is 42% and it climbs after treatment. It's not because of that. It's because we're pussies. See, this is what I mean when I say you're disingenuous and bad faith. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Hotlines, and you're now claiming to care about the suicide rate.
Oh man, we want to create an environment where kids are forced to go to people they know and their parents instead of the Trevor Project hotline. The Trevor Project, which has been accused of child trafficking, abusing, not abusing, that's not the right word, interfering with parental rights, and has pedophiles all throughout its leadership. Yeah, we are opposed to kids calling that hotline, as
Sorry,
you
did any of
should
the
be.
leadership get convicted of being a pedophile? Is there a conviction for child sex trafficking or trafficking of some sort? Or are you guys just making accusations with no evidence to back it? And then
Have
using
you
that
never-
as an excuse to remove mental health resources
But-
from kids. But we can go back to the non-LGBT example of Arkansas requiring parental consent for students to talk to their school counselors, which led to directly students being turned away during active crises because their school counselors weren't allowed to talk to them and weren't allowed to provide them mental health care.
Yeah. And we all agree that if the kid is being abused by the parents, they should have external adults to go to. And those systems are already in place. Like
we don't all
Rufus
agree.
said,
Your movement
mandatory.
removes these.
Okay. And so now we're back to, hey, there's people on my side that do things that go too far, and there's people on your side that go
There's
too
an
far.
entire state. There's an entire state where students are getting turned away when they want to kill
There's
themselves.
an
from
entire
accessing mental
state
health
where
care.
a kid can choose to go by alternate pronouns, and then his teacher can decide he needs hormone therapy and doesn't have to tell the kids. Why do you
The
always
teacher
want to
can't make
talk
that
about what
decision.
my side does?
There's not a single state where you can get where youths can get gender affirming care without
Oh,
parental
so you're
consent.
telling me
Gender-affirming
in my
medical
home
care.
state of Washington, where they recently passed a law that the teacher can't immediately refer a kid to the counselor and the counselor can say, yep, you're trans, and send the kid to a hormone clinic. They didn't just pass that law?
No, they did not.
You're a
have
liar. You
have
are a
severe
bold-faced
misunderstanding
fucking
of that
liar.
Emancipated
You are a liar.
minors, who are for all legal purposes adults, do have the ability to access.
They don't have to be
gender-affirming care. They
emancipated.
are emancipated minors.
They don't
What
have
you're
to be
talking about is
emancipated.
a severe misrepresentation and a severe form
It's
of
not a severe
illiteracy.
representation.
But
It's not.
there's not a state in
You
the
are literally
country
just
where
lying about what the
doctors
law says, dude.
prescribe
Like,
gender-affirming
and
medication.
what else do I expect from you?
There's not a
Oh,
state in the country
Mister,
where
I'm
doctors-
defending pedophiles. What else would I expect other than bold-faced lies?
What pedophile am I defending?
The left, the trans kids movement, all of it. It's pedophile Inc., dude. Do you not see how inherently linked to pedophilia the effort to trans kids is? It's right
no
in
effort
front
to
of your
trans kids.
face. And because
There's
you
no effort to trans kids.
identify
There's
with
no
that
effort to
movement, you
trans
can't see
kids.
it. Yes, there is, bro. There's an entire medical industrial complex that was entirely focused on transing the kids. Like,
No,
what
there
are
was
you
not. There was
talking
simply
about?
a focus on providing mental health care to trans kids and providing
Dude
care
is
that
such a
would
liar.
reduce the symptoms of gender dysphoria to a
Where
point where
is it?
people could live their lives in a productive manner. It's very simple. It's actually improving child safety
Where
and
is
well-being,
it?
which is the opposite of what the parental rights movement does.
Hey, remember when? Hey, you remember when the California Gay Men's Choir did a thing about "We're coming for your kids," and then they background checked like half the choir, and they were all pedophiles?
Okay, a bunch of gay men were pedophiles. That's great. This is about parental rights being a net negative to child safety and
Yeah,
well-being.
hang on. I'm looking for the thing about the organization that trans the kids. I
That's
can't
great.
remember
This is
what
about
they're
parental
called.
rights being a net negative to child safety and well-being. That's what you're supposed to be
Oh, yeah,
arguing, but instead
parental
you're
rights
splurging
to
out about
oppose
trans
the
people because you
indoctrination
can't
of
get
the
your
trans movement in the schools. That's a net negative when those same kids are bombarded by propaganda in the schools that
so
make them go on hormone therapy and do
hold on.
irreversible damage to themselves.
LGBT and non-LGBT kids are affected by schools removing resources that teach kids about grooming, about coercion, about consent, that remove every kid's mental health access, right? These are things that affect LGBT and non-LGBT kids. You only seem to give a fuck about that transing the kids thing. It's really weird, and it's weird that you
It
brought
is a
up to
central
me
issue.
and
Yeah, it
nobody
is.
else.
It is a raison date for
It's
me.
quite
That
odd.
is, yeah.
But I'm saying that all of these other things are affecting every kid, not this like 1% of the population that you are spurging out about. And you don't seem to care about the
Oh yeah,
every
he's
kid that is
spurging because
negatively
he doesn't want
affected.
the kids to
You
be
just
trans.
care about LGBT kids, and you care about them not having a suicide hotline so they kill themselves.
So real quick, I'm going to go ahead and jump on in. First of all, I want to say thank you both. Y'all were still spicy, but that was as respectful as I could have possibly fucking hoped for from y'all. And I want to say thank you. That said, I did drop a bunch of links from both sides of it with some fact checking that I was just doing while the two were talking. You guys can see all of those. You can do your own research. Like I said, I tried my best to be as fair and balanced and show both sides there. But that said, we are going to move on to our closing arguments. Once again, this is going to be 5 minutes on the clock. I want to say also thank you to all of the champions there. Those all 3 rounds were fucking amazing, and I enjoyed the hell out of them. 5 minutes is going to go on the clock. We're going to go back through in the same order that we started in, which means that you are up first for your closing hammer. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. Use as much as you need, sir.
Yeah, so the parental rights movement is a complicated. It encompasses a movement that started in 2022 to fight against schools having any influence or any discussion about LGBT topics which are relevant to kids. This movement started around the time of the Donald Trump MAGA institution in order to promote Republican and conservative ideas of child safety, which is an effort to promote the conservative right as a child protecting service. What they're actually doing is they're depriving children of proper education, of resources, of the ability to talk to their teachers in order to fight against this ideology that they've created of anything that has anything to do with LGBT. When this ideology is given them power to control the lives of schools and students, they deprive students of important resources, which allow them to seek help that they can't get from their parents, which is something that we do value, something that we do provide to children, so that they don't face abuse, so they don't they're not uninformed, they don't get STDs, they don't find themselves in abusive relationships. By keeping these resources away from children, we endanger them, and it is all to promote an ideology, a political movement that only pretends to be advocating for their rights. And that is my closing statement.
I really need to fucking set up a hotkey for all my mute buttons. All right, very good. And we're going to go ahead and go to you now, Zach. 5 minutes is on the clock for you. Uninterrupted closing. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready, sir.
So I just want to point out that there's this organization called WPATH, and that is an organization by the sheer existence of which it proves that Gorps is either wrong or lying that there is no concerted effort to trans kids. The parental rights movement rose up mainly in opposition to the oversexualization of kids in school, the indoctrination of kids into leftist ideological frameworks such as critical race theory, critical gender theory, transgender theory, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if you go back and look at the historical record of the culture war, it's very plainly obvious that that is what the movement rose up in opposition to. And anyone who's even remotely of a decent person is willing to admit that no one should be talking to your kids about that if you don't want your kids talked to about that. It's one of those things, the entire topic boggles the imagination. It absolutely beggars belief that anyone would take the affirmative position on this prompt. It laughs in the face of common decency that you would take the affirmative on this prompt. That's all I could say. If you actually sincerely take the affirmative on this prompt, you've already lost the moral high ground. And I can't win an argument with you because your moral framework is so warped and twisted beyond anything I would recognize as anything other than abject evil that there's no point in having a conversation with you anyways. I cede my time.
And there we go. So we're going to now go over to you, Castle. Same thing. 5 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Go ahead and start up when you're ready.
Okay, just had to unmute. Yeah, so I think a lot of the conversation in my one-on-one with forgetting who I went up on one-on-one. I can't see the screen. But I think a lot of our conversation was about like, well, it's just about transparency. We should want parents to know more about what's going on in schools. And if you couldn't tell from that conversation, I didn't really disagree with that. I didn't disagree with that because transparency itself is not the problem. We support parents wanting to know what schools teach and having access to curricula and asking questions and receiving clear explanations of school policy. If I had a question for a teacher, you're damn right I would want to know and get an answer from her and not be, thrown to the bureaucrats at the school board and then the superintendent or whoever it is. I want answers from anybody involved in these decisions if I have questions. The problem is transparency isn't a movement, right? Transparency is something that you can ask for. Okay, nobody is against being transparent in these school districts. You have dozens of parents every year. We see it. Some school district gets in trouble for student altercations or a subject being taught or a book being read, and there's always conversations around it, and then the school board has to answer for that. I think that's perfectly normal and that's perfectly fine. What this movement that we are talking about isn't just transparency. We just heard Zach talk about it. He's worried about these schools indoctrinating kids and teaching about LGBTQ situations that they should not be hearing about. And that's his prerogative. And that's fine if he doesn't want him or his kids to hear these things. They don't have to go to public school. They don't have to they can go to a school board meeting and ask for these things not to be taught. That's his free speech rights in this country. But that's what the movement is about. It's about taking these ideas that mostly conservatives have and trying to change the way things are taught in schools because they're against the current liberalization of what's going on. And that's not even just limited to LGBT subjects in school. This goes down multiple different subjects, whether it's history, geography, science, especially now in the state of Oklahoma, which is their right to do, are providing Bibles in schools that kids should have to read. So that schools can fail, and we agree. Schools can make mistakes, and we can agree about that. Bureaucracies can be unaccountable at times, but none of this proves that the parental right movement is a net benefit to children. The question is not whether parents deserve a voice. We already said that they do. The question is whether the movement's actual policies are making children safer and healthier overall. And I don't think that's the case. Too often, it's not the case. And the opposition's asking us to assume that giving more power to these parents will solve institutional failure. But we've already acknowledged that parents can fail too. Some children live with abuse and neglect. We've already established that. Those kids in public school may be at their safest to be away from those places and situations. So this is why child safety cannot depend on the institutional loan. I mean, Gorps brought up the suicide hotline situation, and Zach's argument was that he didn't believe the statistics and that it was run by a bunch of pedophiles. I don't know much about the Trevor Project other than the kind of story of how it came to be. I don't know who runs it. But if your first thing is to just assume that stats are untrue and that it's run by a bunch of pedophiles, I think that's kind of just I really don't know how to even combat that thinking, especially if it's been saving a lot of kids' lives. And the argument that this is about saving kids and preventing them from being harmed. Meanwhile, we're against the suicide hotline for teenagers because it has the headline of the Trevor Project, which this person doesn't agree with. Okay, name it something else, and I don't care. I think it's helpful that we have these resources for kids in these schools and public places that they can go and reach out to because they are experiencing abuse, whether it's at home or in school or wherever it is, and they have an outlet for that. So I think if we're talking about giving kids a safe place and trying to limit harm, that's a great example of it. And it's clear that at least Zach on their side believes it shouldn't exist. So I think just from that argument right there gives us much more solid ground to be on the affirmative here than the negative.
Right. Landed that on the button. So we're going to go ahead and go over to you now, Groofus. 5 minutes for your uninterrupted closing. I'll start it up when you start to talk.
Take stock of what actually happened. The affirmative needed to show you one thing above everything else, that fundamentally when the parent and state disagree about what's good for a child, a specific child, that the state's judgment should generally win. Everything else in their case depends on that. And we examined it. We showed that the incentives don't favor it. That a parent lives with the outcomes of every decision they make for both their lives. A state actor moves on to the next case. And that's not the character flaw. It is a structural incentive and something the structure produces with predictable outcomes, regardless of how many individuals within a structure, within an institution cares. We showed you something revealing about how differently we can even hold these two parties accountable. When a parent fails badly enough, we call it neglect, and there are consequences for that person specifically. When an institution fails, we call it something clinical, discharge, case closure, expulsion, and there is rarely any consequence for anyone other than the child that was failed. That gap in language is not an accident. It reflects true structure is actually built to answer for and its failure. And I'll simply plainly say, I don't think it costs us anything to admit it. Some parents should not be parents. I'm not going to stand up here and pretend otherwise. That would be much easier to debate and a much less honest one. But notice what the concession actually requires. It requires a system to catch the exceptions, not a system built around the assumption that everyone is one. We showed you that the knowledge doesn't favor the affirmative assumption either. A parent accumulates years of particular specific understanding of their own child. What frightens them? What motivates them? How they respond? Not that no case file, no general policy, no institution meeting that child for the first time can replicate. And we were careful about this. We never asked you to dismiss expertise. It's the deeper problem the affirmative never actually answered. The whole case asks you to concentrate more decision-making power in one place, the state, wherever there's uncertainty. That doesn't make the child safer. It removes the second layer of protection they already have. Right now, if a parent gets something wrong, and yes, they will sometimes do that, there was actual triggered evidence, and there's actual triggered action based on evidence. Collapse that, and you hand more of the primary judgment to the state by default, and the state isn't the backstop anymore, it's the whole system. And when that fails, there's nothing left behind for that child. When we asked what happens then, their answer was more oversight, more institutions watching the same institutions. So you can stack oversight on top of each other forever. You will never manufacture the one thing that actually makes accountability real. Someone who bears the cost of getting it wrong personally, immediately, and completely. Parents have that built into the relationship itself. No amount of institutional restructuring gives that to a bureaucracy, no matter how many layers you add on top or how many committees you name it after. Everyone here heard it correctly, was that, according to Castle, that transparency isn't a movement. I'd like to ask you to notice what that actually concedes. He's not disputing that parents deserve to know what's happening to their own child. He's disputing what word we're allowed to use for it. It's not a rebuttal. That's a dictionary complaint standing in for one. Call it a movement, call it principle, common fucking sense. The question tonight was never about the vocabulary. It was about whether the thing itself is right. And on that, my opponents have nothing to say, I think. The affirmative never answered that question tonight. I can see the rest of my time.
All right. We're now going to go ahead and go over to you, Gorps. 5 minutes is on the clock for your closing, sir. Start it up when you're ready.
All right. As we've talked about in circles at this point, the parental rights movement sells this like feel good, sounding good brand of like, oh, we just want, to have a say over our kids. But at the end of the day, the policies that underpin the parental rights movement makes kids less safe, less supported, and less able to access the adults and information that protect them. Um, as I said in my opening, child safety requires multiple layers. These layers include parents, teachers, counselors, pediatricians, mental health professionals, mandatory reporters, and more. And these layers exist because no society can assume that every home is safe, every parent is informed, or every child can speak freely with their parents. The parental rights movement removes those layers, not by accident or not by incident. They systematically remove every layer of safety for a kid, of safety outside of the parents, who we all know sometimes are unsafe. Yes, this is an exception. However, when the parental rights movement is removing safety layers, they're not just removing them from the kids with safe parents. They are removing them from the kids with the worst of parents, the kids who actually need those safety nets. When they're removed for everybody, they impact those vulnerable kids the most. The the parental rights movement has removed education on coercion, consent, healthy relationships. I don't know if I could say it on Twitch anymore. Grape. Um, child who has this knowledge is incredibly harder to harm, whether it be by an abuser or to Zach's apparent concern, whether it be by a pedophile. A child who is knowledgeable about healthy relationships is able to identify abuse and report abuse better. Speaking of reporting things, the parental rights movement has removed the ability for kids to seek mental health care, whether it be LGBT kids or straight kids, straight cis kids, whatever. Every kid in areas where the parental rights movement has won effectively have a lower access to mental health care, which directly leads to a higher rate of self-harm, which I think everybody can agree is a negative part, or a negative outcome. Um, on top of that, every major profession that is involved in child safety, being pediatricians, psychologists, teachers, school counselors, and school psychologists, all agree that the book bannings, the removal of access to mental health care, the forced outing of LGBT kids is a negative and increases harm to the kids that are being affected by that. When every child safety expert is saying one thing, and all due respect, a couple idiots on the other side of this debate are saying another, I think I know who I'm going to trust. And to touch briefly again on Mr. Zach, trans youth are not a theoretical thing. They are real kids in real schools dealing with real risks. And whether you agree with their identity or not, I don't really give a fuck. The data is very clear. Isolation increases harm, forced outing increases harm, and removing supportive materials increases harm, and not just for those trans kids. You don't have to be an activist to understand it. You just have to care about kids not fucking dying. Um, when you have policies that are attacking trans youth, they are attacking all other vulnerable youth as well. And other vulnerable youth will get swept in with the attacks on trans youth. So, at the end of the day, the only possible positive of the parental rights movement that the opposing side could claim is a greater transparency by parents, and everybody on the affirmative side of this has agreed that parents should have greater transparency into their children's education and medical and whatever it be, right? But when you balance that with all of the negatives that have been listed, it seems very clear that it is a net negative to child safety and well-being, when their only positive they have is just something that makes the parents feel good and is nothing about actual child safety or well-being, that being the transparency. This movement is a political movement that once maybe had the idea of family values and such, but at this point has become a policy movement that drives harm time and time again in every single locality and state that they win in. At the end of the day, kids deserve better than political cosplay. Parental rights movement is that cosplay. And I see the rest of my time.
All right. And that leaves Loodle Miss. You are going to be our last voice. Go ahead, and 5 minutes is on the clock. Start it up when you start to talk.
Yeah, I guess I'm just really surprised. Like in my entire life, debating or in court or anything else, I've never met somebody so like bald-facedly disingenuous as Gorp. Like I'm shocked to my core. He keeps citing, well, there's harm there. Well, then if they're going to ban access to psychiatric care, and again, we asked for data, we asked for citations like he did, we provided them, they're in the chat. No response to that at all. There is no quantifiable harm that he has brought up other than just saying over and over and over again, that causes harm, that causes harm, access to care, people are cosplaying to make parents feel good. Again, it's all a bunch of bullshit. The entire point is the parental rights movement, as we define it over and over again, and I'll define it again the same way we've been consistent all the way about, right, it's the movement to enact policy changes to get parents better access to the data, to what's going on through transparency in schools. That's where the movement ends, okay? Where the legislative process begins is what parents choose to do with that. If parents got transparency and access to all the information in schools and there was nothing amiss, then there's no problem. No legislative action would be needed. The thing too that nobody is willing to talk about here, right, is the largest proponent of the parental rights movement are not conservatives. They are people who vote reliably on the left. They are the Muslim majority in Minnesota and partly in Florida, not majority in Florida. The largest advocate of the freaking parental rights movement is the Muslim citizens of the United States of America, because they are the ones who've been lied to the most, right? And they are more conservative, even though they're not conservative as far as their like voting record goes, right? They are concerned about their kids. They have very strict guidelines, and they need to know what's going on with their kids in school. So let's go with things they haven't that they have conceded, right? And let's talk about net harms and net costs, right? The idea here, and there are multiple links in the chat we posted to prove the fact that there were multiple children who were giving vaccines without parental consent at their schools and came home to show their parents, here's my vaccine card. I got pizza. I got cookies, right? The thing is that happens even one time. That violates the fundamental principle of informed consent. It's a bioethics principle. It's a principle doctors must abide by. You know who else has to abide by the principle of informed consent? Psychiatrists, psychologists, mental health professionals, right? And the only person who give informed consent for a child to receive treatment is the parent, right? The parents don't need to know exactly what goes on in the conversation, but in order for a kid to access mental health care, right, the parent needs to give informed consent. If you don't like that, take it up with the Supreme Court. So the affirmative is left arguing that we're just going to do whatever the fuck we want and violate constitutional rights of parents that have been codified even recently, as recent as 2025, right? To say that we're going to do what we think is best because it solves these problems that we think are problems, right? Also, the Trevor Project, right? The Trevor Project literally teaches, and I already dropped this to Radish, literally teaches children to be able to X out quickly, to not tell anybody, even your parents, if you have a gender identity. And if you want to have a different gender identity, here's a phone number for somebody in your community who you can reach out and contact who can help you with that. Here's a way to make sure, and don't tell your teacher, don't tell your parents, don't tell anybody. That's not a suicide prevention hotline. That is a network that advises kids to secret things away from their parents, right? And who could better help the kid in time of crisis than their parents? There was given no data at all, no statistics, no nothing about how denying people access to the Trevor Project causes an increase in suicide rates. And this goes with everything Gorp said. It's just all freaking claims without any warrants at all, no evidence at all. At the bottom line, right, the parental rights movement was in response to not gender ideology, was in response to COVID. Why are our kids in masks? Why are the schools closed? Why are there mandates? We need to know. And when parents went to the school board meetings, as their first and second speakers admitted, to try to get the process to work for them, the parents, they cut down public comment entirely. When the parents tried to speak up, they were arrested and taken away. The lack of transparency was apparent. Not only that,
but dealing with the issue in Virginia when there was an individual who actually SA'd, raped, whatever, 2 girls in 2 different schools. And the father of those girls showed up. They cut down public comment. And when they tried to speak up above the cut down public comment, they were brought out in handcuffs. The parental rights movement is about the transparency to educational documents, what's being taught in class, what the kids are being exposed to, so the parents can make an informed decision. And if all these things are so great, as they say, at the end of the day, most parents will agree with them. The parents who don't have legislative remedies, a First Amendment right to redress their grievances to the government. So all the individual states they brought up where parents have done so, the legislators agree and they change the law is the exact democratic process because 1 and 2, not Gorp, because he's a lying son of a bitch, would admit is the way to go. Parental rights movement has done that and abided by that, and here we are. More net benefit than net harm. Good night, folks.
All right. Well, this has definitely been a passionate night. So that concludes the actual debates. For the record, I do want to say that, like I said, I did have some links that I dropped into the chat earlier that sort of outlined both sides of the argument. So if y'all have a second, go ahead and scroll back up and you can take a look at the evidence for yourselves, make your own decisions. That said, we are to the question and answer and the voting period. So I'm going to drop a link in chat. It looks like you are streaming over there, Zach, on your channel. So I will also send you the link directly, or actually, you know what? I'll drop it into this chat right here for you. So you can go ahead and send that into your community. That said, I'm going to drop it into my own YouTube and Kick, so everybody can vote. It costs you nothing, takes you only a moment. Please click that link. Tell us not who you necessarily agreed with, but who you think made the best arguments for the night. Do you believe it was the affirmative team, Hammer, Castle, and Gorps, or do you believe that it was the negative team, Zach, Rufus, and Loodle? Now, as I said before, if you guys have any questions, you guys can drop them into the tip bucket. We will definitely get those questions. Just tell me who the question is to, and write in the question, and I will definitely make sure that those questions get asked as well. 15 minutes is going on the clock for you guys to vote. And while I wait for y'all to throw in some questions, I have a few of my own. I'm actually going to go back through in the same order, if that's all right. I've got a question, at least one question for each of y'all. So just be prepared for that. Okay. So we're going to start back up here with you, Hammer. So let me start that clock. Hammer. So you're arguing against the parental rights movement. And I understand that there were several different ideas of what exactly the parental rights movement meant. But if we take it at its basest, most commonly agreed upon meaning, the rights of the parents to be involved in the education of their children, wouldn't you, I don't know if you have any kids or not, for what it's worth, but you seemed to be concerned about the current administration. And I'm wondering if the current administration started choosing to teach the ethics and information from their perspective, wouldn't you want to have some level of involvement and power and impact as a parent to prevent the current administration from indoctrinating your child ideologically?
So I don't think I feel like we've all been pretty consistent on this. Nobody's against the idea of schools like telling parents what their children is learning, right? Giving them like a syllabus, right? Everything involved. But there's a lot of, we're basically talking about all the implications, including you can't talk to parents, you can't have certain books, you can't have private conversations, like those kinds of things. You can't have like suicide hotlines, stuff like that. And if there's like these resources, like these kind of important private resources that the right is proposing to give to children, like I just don't know how that would manifest, honestly.
All right, no worries. Zach, question for you, and this is literally this is the same sort of question, but in the opposite direction, right? So if the do you not want the government to have the power to protect children from exposure? Like, wouldn't you also like to have the ability to protect children from the exposure to the negative morality that you deem is currently being indoctrinated? Like, I know you are using your parental rights to prevent your children from being exposed to things that you disagree with. Would it not be better in your mind to have a systemic ability to do that?
I don't trust the government to arbitrate morality. It's demonstrated that it can't do that consistently. And the left, and what's really, really funny is the left admits this in a whole bunch of other areas. The left will bitch about bombing Palestine. The left will bitch about systemic racism. The left will bitch about rape culture. The left says the government fails in all these areas. But suddenly, when it comes to indoctrinating my kids in the schools, the government is getting it right. I'm detecting a double standard here.
Right, fair enough. Now, Castle, a question for you. So, okay, in your arguments, you were really trying to go a little further than just what the curriculum entails, right? And you were more to some what do you believe the line in the sand should be for what schools should be required to kind of rephrase that? What must schools tell parents about their children?
Well, parents, I already we had the conversation with Loodle about I'm fine with them disclosing curriculum and what they're teaching kids in the classroom. And if there's certain things that if a specific kid doesn't want to listen to or hear about, or their parents think it's above board, I'm fine with them disclosing that information. In terms of information that a kid personally tells a teacher or
Come on,
whatnot,
guys. Anyone that hasn't voted needs to go vote.
Oh, you weren't muted, Zach. Sorry, keep going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good, buddy. Go ahead,
Okay,
Castle.
sorry, I was like, but in terms of what kids are disclosing, I think it can be personal. Like, obviously, if my kid is going through distress, I want to know about that. I would be supportive. There are other parents who are maybe not so supportive about certain things that they're going through in life. Whether they're gay or straight, that's always been an issue for forever now in this country. And I think kids who are being abused or neglected at home can also have enough fear instilled in them that they don't feel comfortable going to somebody even close to them in their family because of what's going on at the home. So I think that's where it's hard to discern, like, and the water is muddied a little bit because of those instances where you don't want a teacher adding a student in that situation. But you also don't want to keep other important information away from parents if you feel like there is self-harm or harm to others involved with the student. You would obviously want to contact law enforcement in that case. So there really isn't a core set or enough a solid proposal I've seen that takes care of every situation. That's why I think if you're a smart enough or caring enough teacher, you can kind of look at each situation separately and say, okay, I think the student is going through something. I don't want to, break news to anybody. But in some instances, I feel it's totally appropriate for a teacher to alert people if there's danger involved. So it just depends on if it's a personal one-on-one situation or if there are other people who may be harmed by a decision or decisions a student may be making. I think you just have to put your best foot forward and kind of figure it out with other folks maybe in the school involved or parents if that's possible. So it's hard. I'm not saying it's an easy decision, an easy choice, but I do think taking away that personal kind of one-on-one with a teacher if a student wants that, or if a student discloses like, hey, can you please not tell me or not tell my parents about this is something super personal. I do think that matters. I do think that a teacher has to take that into consideration.
All right. Going over to you now, Rufus. Remember, chatters, if you have a question, click that link that's pinned to the top. Couple bucks is all it takes, and I will throw your question in the mix as well. There we go. We got some coming in. Appreciate y'all, because I can't be the only one with questions, damn it. All right. So, Rufus, you gave us the quintessential libertarian argument for everything. Who watches the watchers? I was tempted to actually see if I could get you to steel man outside of that, but I actually have a better question, because I'm going to assume don't have any kids. No offense, but it is what it is. So are you willing to accept the consequences of parental abuse? Like, I understand that you want the government to stay out of everything, but you have to also understand that that means that in cases where there is absolute parental abuse, the government would be powerless in your dream world, right?
So
do you want the government to be able to
the,
intervene in child abuse cases?
The government. So if you just want me to step outside of the
I just want you to give me an honest answer.
Okay, so the state, correct. That doesn't mean no one does. Because you can have people have someone go and someone else, some other guardian, some other parental figure, right? Go and take the child because they are abusing or neglecting the biological parents or whoever is abusing or neglecting the child is violating the rights of the child because the parents have a positive chosen obligation towards the child. They would be allowed to use force to get the child out of that situation.
Okay. And we'll go ahead and shoot on over to you now. Gorps, I'm actually going to give you basically the same question as Castle, your teammate. But I'd like to hear you articulate what circumstances let's say, second grader who mentions self-harm ideations at school, at what point do you believe that should be told to the actual parents of the child? What do you think should be disclosed mandatorily to the parents about their children?
I mean, specifically in that situation, if it sounds like that is an ideation that they want to follow through with, pretty much immediately you tell the parents, because that's an immediate safety concern. I think any immediate safety concern like that should directly and as soon as possible be told to a parent. It's when things are not immediate safety concerns that I think some discretion should be used. And also, as Castle said, like any curriculum and stuff like that should be shared. But
okay,
yeah,
all right. Loodle. So your question's your question's a little bit more difficult for me. I have
sorry.
No, it's a good thing. So the evidence you called Gorps, I believe, and I quote, a lying son of a bitch. So I would like to say that there were two different articles from the NIH. I don't know if you accept them as a source, but in general, I tend to at least respect them in their posted scientific articles. They're as close to an authority, a trustworthy authority, I think, as we have. So that said, there were two different articles. One seemed to show that self-harm rates increased post gender affirming surgery, but the other article showed that self-harm rates dropped when the term self or gender affirming care was generalized, including other non-surgical procedures. So the reason where I'm going with this is, if we use that particular article or that particular study, knowing that barring surgery, other forms of gender affirming care statistically do show a decrease in self-harm rates, would it not, if your actual concern is the safety and security of the children, would it not then also tie that you would want to allow these children to identify as they see fit in order to reduce the self-harm rates?
So the issue was that wasn't the claim, right? The claim that because you're not doing this, children are killing themselves every day. Because you're doing this, you want children to kill themselves. Because you want to cut off the access to health care. You want children to kill themselves. That was the claim. That's why it's a lie. Not the status. There's not some marginal benefit to people who identify as a certain thing, right? The thing was the overt claim and putting an onus on us that the negative wants kids to kill themselves. That was a lie. I'll answer your actual question. About
But
the
yeah,
statistics.
I'd like to, go ahead and answer the statistics as well, though. And thank you for the clarification.
The clarification wasn't there wasn't it was that this claim was completely overstated and putting a moral imperative on us that we want kids to kill themselves, we want kids to die. That was the lie. But the point being is that so like there's nothing in the parental rights movement that disallows that, right? The issue is if the kids are going through the problems, there needs to be transparency for the kids' parents to know to get them help, right? And there is a good case to actually put through the due process that is proper. If a parent has the knowledge of this, right, and is specifically denying the kids care or abusing them because of it, then you can go through that due process required by the Constitution to strip their rights away. Nobody argued against that. The thing is that the parents don't know this is going on. The parents were the first line of defense, don't even have the knowledge to be able to do this. So the whole problem, it kind of undermines the argument, because if all the statistics are true by the NIH and everybody else, right, then the parents should be the ones giving the kids access to care, not having it done behind their back. Right? And that would increase the access to care, the availability of care, and the treatment protocols. That's the problem.
Okay. All right. Good answer. All right. Well,
I
it looks
tried.
like we do have 2 questions so far from the chat. I'm going to get through those real quick. Even if the clock runs down, we're going to get through all of the questions that come in before we go to the votes. But don't forget to click that vote. It doesn't cost you a thing. Just takes you a split second, and it really does help. I mean, the votes are really just for it's just for fun. It's not like there's really much meaning behind it. It's not like we think that it means anything more than it does. However, it does help to show us which team you think persuasive tonight, right? So hopefully somebody out there made an impression on you. But question number 1, this one comes from LNE, aka Nine Tails. All right. How does either side believe that someone who was on the fence would come away from this more informed? Next time, memorize the sources you post. So that one's not really a question, I suppose. That's more of a condemnation. The idea that you should have had more sources. Now, I will stand in front of that for you. I have been running behind on everything. I've mentioned this a couple of times. This isn't a no poor me. It's just I've been swamped. And so literally these cats were fucking finding out this debate 2 days ago. Some of them, Loodle was literally added to this fucking debate 7 hours ago. So for what it's worth, I do want to throw that bone and say that, hey, it's my fault that they're not theirs. They did fucking amazing considering. Now, the other question we got, or the other comment we got coming in from Razor, shout out Razor, who was the actual contributor of this debate prompt for what it's worth, and was a little bit bitter that that they didn't get to be in it. But would you consider sex education a positive in society and parents that remove their kids from it harmful? This is to everybody. So super quick, easy, no more than just a sentence or two, but I'm going to go around the room one more time real quick. Do you think, you first, Hammer, do you think sex ed is a positive on society? And I'm going to throw in, what age do you think it should start? And also, do you think the parents who remove their kids from it are harmful?
The answer, okay, in order, yes, it is beneficial. What age should it start? Probably at the beginning of puberty, and parents who remove their children are setting them up for failure. Unless you have some really great ways of informing your the child, your no bueno.
Got it. Zach, you're up next. Do you think that sex education in schools is a positive on society? what age, if so, what age do you think it should begin? And do you think the parents who remove their kids from sex ed are harmful to their kids?
I don't like the question because this is one of those things where the nuance matters. This is not a question that can be given an answer in a soundbite length question without serious discussion. I could literally go either way on this question, depending on the structure, the exact administration, what's being taught, what age the children are, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure. No. And some form of sex education, though, you think would be beneficial.
I'll give you this. I think that educating high schoolers, and for me, high school is 14 and up. That's how they do it in my home state where I went to high school. 14 and up, firmly post the beginning of puberty, sticking to 100%. Hey, your body does this. Your body does this. Here's why they do this. Here's the chemical reactions at play. Here's what's happening to your brain. Try not to get an STD.
Got it. Yep.
I'm okay with that.
Good answer.
And I think that level, that parents denying their kids that level of sex education is bad, obviously.
Good stuff. All right, Castle, same 3 questions. Do you think sex ed is good for students or for society? What age do you think it should begin? And do you think that parents are doing their children a disservice if they prevent it?
So yes, I think it's good for society. I myself had sex ed classes in 6th and 7th grade. So if you're going through puberty or right before puberty, 11 and 12-year-olds and then 13-year-olds, I think should be learning about this at that time. And then also for what was the last part again?
Do you think the parents who are preventing this or who prevent their kids from sex ed or remove their kids from sex ed are doing them a net negative or doing them a disservice?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to know about how sex works, and especially if you're older and you don't know how sex works, how private even your own private parts work. I think you're doing yourself a disservice, especially if you are going through things. You're checking yourself. You don't know what this lump is. Is this normal? If this is on my, my penis, should I get this checked out? Like, we're talking about basic health questions too. It's not always just about sex, but about how your privates work. And then also just engaging in it, how to engage in sexual activity, I think is important. When you get to that and you're older and you're just like trying to go at it with no experience or no education to that, I don't think that's helpful. So yeah, I do think they're doing this service to their kids.
Okay. And Groofus, question 1, do you think that sex education in schools is a benefit for society? What age do you think it should start, if so? And finally, do you think sex education are doing them a disservice? And you are muted, my
His
dude.
internet took a shit again.
All right, cheers. We'll skip you then. We'll come back. If you do get back, Groofus, sound off. Gorps, I will go to you then, bud. Do you believe that sex ed is good for society? What age do you think it should start? And do you think that parents who prevent it are doing harm?
Yes, I think it's good for society. I think it's harmful to society for parents to take their kids out of it. And I think it should be done in 3 phases. The first phase isn't really sex ed. It's more of like a class on healthy relationships and consent, which would be like 3rd or 4th grade. And then initial sex ed in like 6th or 7th grade. And then in high school, a more in-depth sex ed.
Gotcha. And it does look as though Groofus was able to chime in sorta and say that he agrees with everything that Zach just said. So we will just mimic what Captain Zach said. And then last but not least, Loodle. Same question to you, sir. Sex education in schools, do you think that it is a benefit for society? If so, at what age do you think it should begin? And finally, do you think the parents who prevent sex education are doing harm to their children?
So I think like 3 things on that, right? First of all, I think our opponents on the AF might have some issues there's a whole movement to have abstinence only education for a while. That everyone's all up about sex education, so you teach them about sex and teach the only way to prevent diseases and and prevent pregnancy is abstinence, right? And that was a huge uproar on the positions that my opponents in this debate, not necessarily in life, but in this debate, defended. So, I mean, that's the kind of sex ed. But I just to like point out the hypocrisy, right? The next point, though, is like I think it is beneficial, right? I think also there needs to be a sliding scale to the point of like when does sexual education need to occur? I mean, puberty is now coming earlier and earlier. I have daughters. I know, like my wife, she hit puberty 3-4 years later than my daughters are hitting it. So I think that there's no exact like set in stone age when that should happen. I think it needs to go to when these things become applicable to the children who are experiencing these changes and then are susceptible to the problems, right? I think that I'm not going to say that a parent who removes a kid from a sex ed class is necessarily doing a harm to the society, because of course the automatic discussion will come up with, well, what am I missing? What's going on here, right? And so the parent then has the opportunity to provide that education to the kid in the way they want to provide it. Now, I would say that if the parent removes the kid from the sex ed class and then does not provide them an equivalent education in whatever means they would like, that gives them the information they're going to get there through whatever ideological lens the parent wants, that would be a harm.
Okay, good stuff. All right, so it looks like, and once again, this will be a very, very, very quick answer. It looks like Ninetales did clarify their question and say that the question was, how is someone who is on the fence able to come away with more information based on this debate? So I'm just, Hammer, do you believe that that there was information brought to this debate? Do you think that people will have learned something from this?
I think that if you want to say that like it doesn't count because there wasn't enough sources to prove what was said, then fine. I think there were some sources provided, and anyone who already comes in with their ideology is going to have that like altered. But you can look at what was provided and said and sourced, and come away with something.
All right, Zach, do you believe that someone could have? Do you think that that education was brought, or that enough information to sway a person's perspective came up or was conversated throughout tonight?
I think that this is one of those topics where most people are not even watching with the interest in being persuaded, first of all. But for anyone that truly is on the fence and actually looks at the state of the culture war, the actual on the ground reporting of what's happening, including some of the sources cited, yeah, it's pretty obvious which side is right here.
Castle, do you think anything was brought to the table? Do you think that enough sources and data were brought here to actually move somebody who was on the fence?
I mean, kind of like we're not experts in the sexual education field here, so I don't think we can claim to have all the stats remembered in our mind. We're just trying to do our best. Like you said, some of us had short notice, so we're just trying to debate the other side, which what we think is right. If that happens to include information to persuade people, great. I think we obviously would want to, but sometimes it's just about debating the other side and their points, and sometimes it doesn't always include science and research material. It's just sometimes how you feel subjectively and how you can persuade the audience to align more of what you're saying. So it is what it is. You don't always have to think it's an educational purpose here for these debates, but if you bet this one, it's okay with me.
It is a debate, not a TED Talk. Rufus, are you there? Still no?
Yes.
Oh, huzzah. Do you believe that anything was said tonight that could sway somebody on the middle?
Assuming someone is on the middle, yes. But I think most people are here either to confirm their biases or for entertainment purposes.
Fair. Corpse? Anything said tonight that moved anybody?
I think the point of debates like this is not necessarily to provide a bunch of evidence that will persuade the audience. My hope is that the audience would learn the arguments on either side and take those. And if you're interested in looking more, you can go do the research based on those arguments. But I don't think it's our job necessarily to provide every bit of evidence possible.
Well said. Well said. And Loodle, you last, sir. Do you think anything was said tonight that actually swayed anybody, or do you think this was just chasing our tails?
Well, I think that at the very least, right, like the way the AF characterized everything is like bringing everything back to the parental rights movement equals to "Don't Say Gay" bill in Florida, right, and regurgitates a media narrative that's been very profligate over the last several years, right. As much as we could push back on that and say no, the movement had a different beginning before that, and the movement had other ideals than that, and to characterize it as only this monolithic thing, this one piece of legislation, is incorrect. If somebody has ears to listen, that would at least be educational, I think.
All right. We got two more quick questions that came in. So one of them super quick, just a simple yes or no. I'm going to go once again round table because this is to everybody. Do you agree with parents forcing minor daughters to keep pregnancies in spite of their own wishes? So again, like you said, this is just a yes or no question. Do you think that a parent should be allowed to force a minor daughter who wants to have an abortion, the parents for a child to carry the pregnancy to term? Hammer, yes or no?
No.
Okay.
If it's just
Zach,
a yes or no, then no.
Yep. Yep. Zach, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Castle, yes or no?
No.
Rufus, yes or no?
Honestly, undecided.
Okay. Gorps, yes or no? Or I guess undecided if you want to be a bitch.
No, and if you do it, it's child abuse.
And Loodle, yes or no?
Context matters. Has been counseling? Is it in danger of the health of the mother? Like, what are the circumstances? Like, absolute thing without any further
as an
context.
absolute
I'm
rule.
undecided.
As an absolute rule, yeah. You're undecided as
In
well.
all
Yes.
circumstances, undecided without further information. I would need that.
All right. And it looks like, ooh, Alley Cat, welcome in, buddy. Still wish you'd get in here and fucking debate, but at least you're here in the chat. Why does the AF believe that teachers are best served and able to act as the intermediary? Why do you think that the teachers are the best and most capable to the children's safety? Hammer, you first.
They're pedophiles.
Hey, Hammer, you first.
Oftentimes you don't have the support of your parents, and I think everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. They can pretend that they don't know that, but everyone obviously knows that. And so if you don't have supportive parents, then your other resources, the schools and the administration.
Okay. Castle, same question. Why teachers?
Why teachers? I mean, if my kid ever went to a teacher to tell something instead of me, I think that just answers it. They clearly issues and other issues with you, and they're going to somebody that they clearly trust more for a reason. So I think that's kind of character implication on the parents' part, and I think that's why the child is going to somebody else.
For sure. All right. Rufus. Oh no, I'm sorry. What am I talking about? Gorps, why teachers?
I don't think it's always teachers. I think actually more often than not, it's going to be someone like a school counselor, but I'll take the question as it is, because those people are around the kids a lot throughout the day. The kid may trust those people with different things than they would tell their parents. They may be more comfortable talking about bullying or talking about a relationship that they're in than they are talking to their parents. So any person that the kid is comfortable talking to should be the person they talk to.
Right on. Like you said, that was a question actually for the AF, but we do have a question for the NEG now. So same thing we're going to go through. So you want the teachers to have informed consent about what's done in schools. Is that correct? Do you believe that teachers should have
teachers or parents?
It says teachers. So unless they can clarify, this is from V. I assume that's Vigi. Do you want teachers to have informed consent about what's done in schools, Zach?
I apologize. I was reading something from my chat. Can you repeat the question?
Yep, absolutely. Do you want teachers to have informed consent about what's done in schools? Oh, it did mean parents. My bad. Okay, clarified. Sorry.
I was
Called
about to
it.
say I don't even
Called it.
understand that question.
No,
Like
again,
what?
I read what's written, man. I do what I can. All right. So,
So confused.
do you
I
want
was like,
parents
what?
to have informed
I
consent?
speak Vigi after this point. I speak
Yep.
Vigi.
You want parents to have informed consent about what's done in schools, correct, Zach?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yes.
Grufus, you agree? You were asking for informed consent for the parents.
Yes.
Okay, like proactive informed consent. And Loodle, same thing. You think that the parents should have proactive informed consent?
I mean, I don't think there's a retroactive informed consent. Like, you know what's going on in the schools and you can consent to it or not. If you have a problem, raise it. So yes. I don't know what proactive means though in this context.
I'm sorry, I'm adding proactive as in like ahead of time. Like, in other words, like you're going to know beforehand. So
before the kid gets the jab.
yes, yeah, exactly.
Sure.
That's why I'm saying preemptive.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Then
proactive.
yes. Preemptive
Preemptive would have been better in there. I'm sorry, it's getting late.
You're
so.
fine, brother. You're fine.
All right.
You're good,
So
you're
should the parents then be called when the kids need to be taken to the bathroom, or is that too much consent? So that was sort of snarky, but my actual let me rephrase it. What do you think constitutes important enough for the parents to be informed? Starting with you, Zach. Short answer, and then we're going to call it because we do have some people with hard outs. So,
What do I think constitutes important enough to merit alerting the parent?
yes.
Anything that substantially alters my child's well-being for anything approaching a significant amount of time.
Kid has a nosebleed.
Depends. Do they have a history of nosebleeds? Is that kid? There's people that get nosebleeds when they see a pretty girl. There's kids that get nosebleeds when the air conditioning is on. Does that kid have a nosebleed? Put a paper towel on it. Does a kid that is the picture of health, school sports, never had a nosebleed in his life suddenly start gushing out of his nostrils? Yo, call his parents, get that kid to the nurse. It's context, man.
Okay. Rufus, what constitutes important enough for the parents to be notified?
Essentially what Zach also said. Generally, like if the child's being treated for something.
Okay. Loodle. So it sounds to me like your teammates are saying that each individual parent should be able to create a list of what they want to be informed about. And it sounds like that would be something that I guess the school would have to track for each individual student. Is that sort of what you're looking for here as well? Or do you have a generalized baseline for notification?
As much as I love my teammates, they're based good dudes, but I have a different definition, right?
Shoot.
It's material facts, the any kind of diagnosis that might arise from the material facts, the nature of any proposed risks and benefits, and any alternatives. So, like the nosebleed doesn't even rise to the occasion of letting the parent know for informed consent, right? If it's a hemorrhage, sure. But actually, what other facts are, like if there's a fact that requires a diagnostic evaluation, and then what the proposed treatment is, and if the proposed treatment has any known side effects or any known risks and benefits, that's informed consent.
All right.
That's the only place it kicks in.
Spoken like a lawyer. All right, groovy. All right, so I dropped that last link there in the chat. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and just give y'all a couple of last seconds to vote while I go clicking the right clicks and get to the actual results. But tonight's debate was absolutely amazing. Thank you, gentlemen, for all of those questions, all of those answers, and all of the debates. All of you guys did great tonight. You were all respectful. I appreciate that. I feel like we actually got to some really meaningful conversations, even in the exciting parts where we got a little emotional. So I just want to say thank you all, as always, for being here, regardless of how the results fall. But let's see where that did fall. All right, that is a really good turnout on votes. Appreciate that, everybody. It looks like the negative are bringing this home. 6-4 for the negative. Good.
Hey, looks like you've lost the debate there, Garp.
Wow. Bro, shots fired.
Half was winning until the questions started coming in.
Oh, is that
Well,
true?
yeah, because y'all can't defend your shit.
Until Zach went and yelled at his chat to go vote. His biased.
Oh, yeah,
chat.
because you're.
Zach-
Oh yeah, my people aren't allowed to vote, but everyone
No,
over here who's
no.
an overt leftist is. That's fair.
Yeah, I was about to say,
objectively,
based on the numbers,
objectively,
Gorps,
has lost a fucking debate. Put it on the fucking calendar.
Yeah, no,
And it's game on.
we'll put it in the books a little. Don't worry. And after that call out right there, I think a Gorps versus match in the future. But I do just want to say, and this is not meant as an insult to Zach, but for far more votes than Zach has in his audience right now. So it's not just Zach's audience. Like this was clearly some other voters as well. So all right, like I said,
have my mother watch me on YouTube. She might have voted for me, but that's like I have one watcher on YouTube.
there you go. Oh, well, no, that's dope. So I didn't know you were streaming on YouTube as well. You need to start streaming on Twitch so we can do the stream together.
Well,
and you never actually
cool.
accepted the stream together earlier, Zach. I wish you would have. Because again, I want us to get all the numbers together. So
I just stream sniped your YouTube. That worked this time.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind. You're always
But yeah,
anybody's
we'll get
always
them-
welcome to stream snipe. Just fucking put it up there. It's more important for people to get involved and get to see the debates. I care about that way more. So with that
We'll
said,
work on the Twitch thing though. Appreciate you. Sorry.
yeah, no worries. Like I said, it's just so I can get everybody together. But I am not going to keep you guys any longer. This has absolutely been a blast, and I'm actually a little stoked to be able to get out a little bit early tonight myself. Although I might keep it going and just open it up and us just kind of bullshit for a few minutes and at least roll it out till 10. But anybody who does have a hard out, just again to all of you guys. I'm going to read my fun little outro, but anything that comes after this is going to be not on the actual finished VODs. So number one, I'm going to be dropping everybody's links in the chat while we're talking, so you guys can make sure and give them all a click, give them a follow, give them a subscribe, give them all the things. Also, I want to remind you guys, follow that Word War debate that I linked earlier. I will drop that in first. I'll do that right now. This is where a bunch of us are going to be performing in a tournament coming up starting in just the next 2 days. So you'll be able to follow and subscribe to them, and you'll get notifications every time one of them posts. And it's excuse me. And it's important that you guys do get those notifications because you only have 48 hours to vote every time that a new one posts. But if you are part of the Discord, then I also will be notifying everybody every time those things go live. So if you're not already, click that link, because that is also where you will go if you want to let me know that you want to participate in these debates. So we do this every Friday and Saturday night on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. We please, like I said, make sure and link, follow, all that stuff. And we will see you guys next week for the next DMZ debates. So Zach, you said you had to go. I am actually going to drop your link in the chat first. But I do appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, no, thank you.
Pleasure as always.
Yeah, and
I'm gonna head out as well.
Yep.
I'll see you all on the next adventure.
Both
Damn,
the
you
captains are
pussies.
dipping. Yeah, both the captains dipping, but that's okay. I appreciate both of y'all. Great job tonight. Y'all have a great night, and we will see you guys again soon. Keep answering those prompts.
Thank you. Bye.
I'd like to hear
And
what Gateway has to say, then I'm also going to head out.
yeah, no worries. Like I said, I kind of
Hey,
wanted
take care.
to.
Hey, good
wanted-
job, F team. Much love. Good job.
All right, so let me hang on. Let me go ahead and just turn their cameras off for them, since they will always forget. There we go. So you said Game Boy. Oh, okay. What did you say about Game Boy?
I said I want to hear what he has to say.
Where's
I said he's
Game
a
Boy?
lovely human with great sensibilities.
Game Boy's not here.
Game Boy is in the lounge.
Game Boy's in the
Game Boy's
lounge.
been in the lounge all week. It's not that he's waiting
Oh.
to come in.
Yeah, ask.
He's
Are
been
they,
in
are double check?
My
Yes.
van right now.
I'll tell you what.
Game-
Somebody
Game Boy's
drop
on
down
the-
there and make sure and see if they want to come up here, because I will bring all of them into the conversation for the
Game
last.
Boy's
little-
not allowed hitting on chicks. You know that.
Yeah, no, cool. 100%. I mean, it's of course 2 dudes that he's in there with, but that's fine too. And it looks like
Well, I
Melanie
did
is
pop
is
there
interested in
and
coming in
call
here
him
as
gay
well.
earlier.
All right,
Well, you know, who's to say?
for sure. Uh,
Radish, I will
yes.
do a 1v1 with Loodle and a 1v1 with Zach if I'm allowed to do ad homs as much as I want.
I don't give a fuck. Knock it out.
Actually, so I'm going to ask all 4 of y'all to. I've already talked to Loodle about this. Next Friday, if you want your ad homs, you know that is not what we do here. Okay. But we are going to be going. Next Friday night, I'm going to be raiding into Speakeasy's Verbal Combat, which is a blood sports short form impromptu tournament where It is a bunch of conservatives and right-leaning debaters. Some of them, that's where Avarice hangs out. That's where Steelborn hangs out. That's where Abe Dinkus. A lot of people who have been here. Emmett hangs out over there a lot. So again, I figure he's been over here. Speakeasy's been over here a couple of times. I'd like to go over there and make a showing of it. So basically, if I can get at least 10 people to show up with us, we can do some fun going against each other, going against them. It'll be for a hoot. So. I would love to have all of y'all there. And Gorps, if you're available Friday night, that will give you the chance to say all of the mean shit to Zach you want to. And Easy doesn't really have any rules. So, and I ain't the fucking boss there. I ain't moderating shit. So I just get to sit back and listen.
Hey, Gorps, I don't mind Adahom's too. Whatever Radish's rules are, like rules a day, but like I don't give a care, man.
Sure. Yeah.
Razor and Game Boy say they want to come up.
Word. All right. Groovy. Then I'm going to just bring everybody straight on in here. And that is fine if Mida don't want to join. That's cool.
Talking about you.
But welcome in. And what did y'all think of the debates? I'm just going to kind of try to leave this open.
Let's hope they watched it. Let's hope they watched it first.
Yeah. We did.
Did you, Game Boy?
We did, and then we were having conversations about it earlier.
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing? Good to see y'all again.
So who won?
The negative did.
I mean, I would know, but it's just hypothetical.
The neg because of reactionary thought processes.
Bro, it's not reactionary. You're just a pussy.
The neg won because of retarded thought processes.
Because of voting. Because of voting?
Reactionary. All emotion.
So all voting is reactionary. Great.
About,
all emotion.
About voting tests. About people needing to be able to pass a test before voting. I think we should have implemented.
Yeah, I think I won that.
We won that one. We won that one too, actually. So thanks.
Yeah, me and Little won that one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because the voters didn't take a test.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So when you lose, you win, and when you win, you lose. Anyways.
That's the conservative way.
I consider a fucking anarchist. Jesus Christ.
You're an anarchist? What a bum.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
No, you're a bootlegger.
Wait. You're
bruh.
an anarchist? I had not heard that before. I thought that you considered yourself a libertarian. Because I was actually going to make a joke about the libertarian versus the two libs and a libertarian versus a conservative and two libertarians was literally what we watched.
About it is like anarchists are the new libertarians, right? Like if you listen to freaking Anti-Flag or whatever, right? That's like very mealy-mouthed libertarians nowadays. So
let's see if that brings Ancom into the fucking waiting room. Go ahead.
I'm not anarcho-capitalist. Hey, woo, that's the anarchist call.
So, should we hit our kids?
Yeah.
Depends on what they do. Yeah. What do they do?
Exactly.
It is definitely going to depend. I do have that mindset of when it comes to hitting kids, it should only be on the ultimate, like the extremes of something that is happening.
The last resort.
Well, here's the thing, right?
Last resorts.
Like,
I agree.
I have a philosophy about that I can. I'm sorry. Can I give my philosophy? You can question me too.
Yeah, let Liz go.
Yeah,
first.
shoot Little and then Gorps.
Is like so. Like the way that I've always done it is like if there is something the kid is doing that is a like ultimate like risk to their safety, i.e., if they're gonna run across the street, or they're sticking a knife into a light socket, right? If there's something that they're doing that would harm them severely, that's when physical reprimand is appropriate. Other than that, no.
Disagree.
I actually just like in the lounge actually had a little comment about that because a comedian did a whole bit about that. Just like if a kid's sticking a fork in a light socket, mom's gonna go, no, we gotta stop him. He's like, no, give it a minute.
Okay, all you guys who said yes,
you won't do that again.
What,
all you guys who seriously said yes to abusing your children. Well, I feel like you should have the philosophy that if it's something that you think you should hit your kid for, would you hit your partner for it? And if the answer is no, then don't fucking hit your kid. Okay, don't admit that on live. What the fuck? Don't admit
that is actually a really interesting thought, Gorps. I've never considered that. I'm being serious. Like
no,
I've never. Is this fair? How you would treat another
80?
Well, so
and your kid's like 8.
Do you believe that you have the responsibility to teach your partner the same way you teach your child.
No, but I believe you have the responsibility to treat your child like their own person. I think you can get physical with them when immediate danger is present, but that can be like grabbing them and pulling them away from something, not fucking hitting them as reprimanding.
Well, it depends, right?
Well, I don't think you should
Like
take
I said, it's a last resort
reprimand,
thing. I'm
but,
not
like-
saying you should do it, and most of the time there is going to be that moment where it's like you told them, you explained why it was wrong, and then they went and did it again, and then you pulled them in and said, "Here's what's going on." One more
Well,
thing.
no. The biggest
no.
point here, right? The biggest point here is that you never strike a kid or hit a kid if you have any emotions in you at all. It has to be the most dispossessed, objective thing in the world. Like, if you have any emotions, you do not touch the kid.
Then you just objectively want to hit kids. That's just weird too. What the fuck?
No, like I was gonna say,
stop
like,
imputing emotions. Stop imputing
strike
thoughts.
one. No, like it goes
Hold on.
strike one. I've told you. Strike two. I've told you again. Strike three. If I strike three, you are a hit. You have pushed past the boundary. You have pushed past the boundary of where if you do this one more time and it's causing harm, end up causing harm to whoever. Like say you have a kid who's
To
bullying
yourself,
someone,
to yourself, right?
to yourself or to someone else.
As long as you use strike warning,
like-
you do whatever you want to your child.
But
That's
the
a good-
problem is like to say that there's like you can objectively, emotionally want to strike a kid. That's first of all like incongruent logically. Secondly, that's just like not what people were saying. Not what I was saying at least.
No,
Right?
Loodle,
So
I
don't
wasn't
think
saying
that's-
emotionally. What I was saying was that you thought through the action. You had no emotion behind it. You thought through the action and decided to hit your kid. That is almost worse. In my eyes.
Encom
I
mentioned
wanna-
hit
No,
the kid the wrong
I'm gonna say it
characterization.
myself. I'm
Yeah,
gonna say it
please.
myself.
I just now
The
thought you were
purpose
hitting
is-
my bed.
No, hold on.
The
hold on.
purpose, the thing. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm holding on.
Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
Loodle.
Yeah.
One sec.
I'm holding.
If you wouldn't hit an adult for the same action, why would you hit a smaller person who is less able to defend themselves?
By hit, I mean like smack a
Cognitively
finger.
processed.
Like, what are you talking about? Like not punching the grill.
Okay, but like you're smacking a finger because they're about to touch a stove. If you
Because they
had
put
an
a knife
adult-
in a light socket. Yes.
Let
Okay.
that happen and then show them
but-
like,
but-
yeah, go
but
do that again.
if you saw an adult doing the same thing and
I
you
would not
slapped
give a
their
fuck.
hand away,
I would
That
not give a
would be
fuck. It's an
fine.
adult.
Am I responsible for
No,
the
I would let
safety of that
adult- I would
adult?
let the
my
adult do
my
it.
point is, I
What is
said
the point?
if you would not hit an adult for the same action, why would you hit a smaller person who's less able to defend themselves? So sure, if it's an adult,
Because
doing it,
it's
you're
not
gonna
self-defense.
hold on.
You're training neural pathways. Like this is not about like self-defense. Like what are you talking
This
about?
is not how
I
you
love that
train
red
neural
herring.
pathways. You are literally
Okay.
using the least effective
Through pain
way.
and
Positive
fear
punishment
response?
is the least effective way to train any behavioral norm.
Well, thank you for that,
Is that
Dr. Oz.
Point,
Yeah.
please. And it's
real
that
quick.
like if we're talking about the safety of the child, you don't need to hit. You can grab, you can pull them away from the circumstances. The idea that you need to hit is like either you're really bad at parenting and don't realize how many options you have on how to interact with the child, or you just want to hit a child. Like I don't see any nuance to
See,
this.
stop imputing motive. Stop
Real
imputing
quick,
motive. That's not a good thing.
real quick, I want
Sometimes
to.
it's a mixture of laziness. You know?
Well, it's not even necessarily laziness. Kids don't come with a handbook, and every parent does different shit. We all fuck our kids up some way. I'm going to speak from just my own personal anecdotal experience. I got spanked literally once in my entire life. I was very young, and I literally told my mother, "Do it, just do it," and she fucking did it. I never had to have it done a second time.
You Shia LaBeouf'd her.
But here's the thing. My mother instead used guilt. Just tell you about how just as fucking
Psychological
damaging,
damage.
just as damaging that method of control and manipulation was, right? My father used condescension. That one wasn't super swell either. His favorite nickname for me was "Hey Dummy." So that said, I understand that spanking your kid is bad, but literally there is no form of controlling your child or guiding your child that doesn't have some long-term negative consequences.
Yes, there are.
Can I chime in here? Can I chime
Yes,
in here?
there are.
No, like
I still have an emotional reaction whenever I get a feeling of disappointment from my grandmother. So that's a thing.
So So again, just because some things can be harmful does not mean everything needs to be harmful. Not everything is equally harmful. So doing the less harmful thing is definitely better.
Why do you assume corporal punishment is harmful?
Yeah, if you're bruising the kid, that's too much, right? Just if you're leaving marks psychologically, it's too much.
Of course it is.
Right. No, I'm saying like if you're leaving bruises psychologically, it's too much.
But removing your child from a dangerous circumstance does not require abusing them.
How are you calling it abuse? You're saying that there are certain levels that are like, what's your definition of abuse? Like, it's like grabbing a child and moving them away is the same kind. Like, I mean, what standard are we going by here? Like, you really need to like define your terms if we can have the conversation.
Using violence when there are alternatives that are not.
So grabbing a child and moving them is technically battery, which is violence. So how about that?
Is that more or less violence than hitting them?
Finish.
I don't know. It depends upon the situation, doesn't it?
No, I would say usually just if you can always remove them from the situation, that will always be the less violent situation.
That means tautologically, sure, but you didn't answer the question.
No, that's a valid point. Removing them from the situation is, of course, the first and best action, right? However, if there is repeated action to put themselves in harm's way, what do you do to try to convey that hurt, except to explain to them, this is what hurt is, that is hurt. That behavior associates with pain.
I already know what you feel like. You don't need
Are we all just like assuming, that like all children are the same and some don't learn more tactily, some verbally,
they
some
don't need
like
their parents to show
synesthetically?
what it feels like. Children learn that through exploring their own world.
And I just want to throw on the reason, and I think Cosmic is going to agree with me on this. The reason that this is bad is, one, like on a moral level, I find it bad, but two, this has long-term impacts, right? If you think like long-term into a kid when they grow up, what their relationships are going to look like. If they're abused physically by their parents, they're much more likely to either get into an abusive relationship and be abused by their partner, or be the abusive partner. Physically when it comes to physically by their parents, and mentally when it comes to mentally by their parents, which is why it's very important to try to avoid this at all costs, which is why things like gentle parenting I'm very happy to see on the rise, because that is like the
Can
best
somebody
way
give me
to
a
try to avoid
threshold
this in the
between
future.
like discipline and abuse, like a hard line threshold between discipline and abuse, like what is on one side and what's on the other? These terms are very cute, but like what does that actually mean?
Any physical discipline is any physical discipline aside from pulling a child away from a dangerous situation is abuse.
That's fucked up.
Why?
Any action.
Well, no, hold on.
Good for you.
Let me
Good for
explain
you.
hold on. Let me explain the psychology behind this, because nobody fucking has.
To a child, whether that be physical or emotional pain, is abusive.
Go ahead, Vigi.
And who gets to try the standard of what the child?
Hold
age
on,
of
Loodle.
child are we
Vigi's
talking
been
about?
super quiet. Let Vigi get his thoughts out real quick.
Sorry, Vigi.
Let Vigi get his out.
So there's like when we talk about this, there's a very specific concept as to why you don't need to use physical abuse like this, and it's because if the child can't reason, then they're not going to understand why you're hitting them, and if the child can reason, then there's no reason for you not to just talk to them about what they're doing wrong. So with like the examples that you're using specifically, Loodle, right? What you're trying to do is, and I'll use the military term just because I know this is something you recognize. You're trying to break the OODA loop. You're trying to reset their thought process. So there are other ways to do that besides physically hitting your child. One of which is to just pull them away from the situation and distract them, and that does the same thing as to reset their OODA loop and reset their thought process.
Go ahead, Loodle. You were talked to directly. Go ahead. You were.
So say I have 4 children, and one of the children continues to, in spite of any talking to, any pulling away, any sitting in the chair, to bite the shit out of their sister's arm. The sister's a 6-month-old. And no matter what I do, because I'm also dealing with 2 other children, right? My child continues to bite the shit out of her 6-month-old sister's arm. At the 4th time in a freaking hand and be like, do not do that. You don't like how that feels? That's how your little sister who can't communicate for herself feels. The kid who's doing the biting is 5 years old. So I think, again, we need to consider what age of the kids are we talking about and what behaviors are we talking about?
You're going to reason
call it abuse. So reason with a 5-year-old? Are you fucking mental?
No. Okay, hold on. You can actually do that, but
no, you can't. Oh my god! How many 5-year-olds do you have?
Trying to teach them empathy. Trying to teach them empathy is trying to reason.
With one right now.
Now hold on. May I hold on. If because I'm halfway agreeing with Loodle on what he was just saying about the they need to know how it feels kind of thing.
I'm not gonna bite my kid.
No, that's actually there's actually the thing. If your 5-year-old continues to bite your sister, if your 5-year-old continues to bite the sister or whatever, you can talk to them and say, hey, that hurts them. You can let them know here's what's going on. And if they continue to do it, then you grab their arm and you give a small nibble to the hand and go, how did that feel? And then they'll say, I don't like that. That's how your sister
after we've done that 30 times and he proceeds to bite his sister again, then what?
Then he's probably not stimulated. Find activity.
Yeah, give him
a fucking chew toy.
Children.
Give your dog a fucking chew toy, bro.
Sounds like you need to separate them. Remove
like Nilo, we're just separating kids from each other. Like for how long does it take?
No.
6-month-old, but just don't let him into the room with the 6-month-old. How hard is that?
For how long?
For however long until they understand that biting is not acceptable.
How the fuck do you tell that?
By telling them it's not acceptable. It causes harm. Like I said, that little nibble that you give on their arm, because like parents always do that.
Kids. That's fucked up, bro.
A nibble on the arm?
Solutions to a complex problem.
But like that hurt, don't it? Like
sometimes there aren't simple
don't do it again. There you go.
Sometimes you need complex solutions.
They don't understand it from that.
Let Cosmic talk, y'all. Shut the fuck up.
Sorry,
well, it stops their it stops them doing the behavior, so it seems to work.
It doesn't.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Go ahead, Cosmic. You were saying.
Let Cosmic go. Sorry.
Yeah, Loodle, you've set up a complex scenario, right? Which is having 4 kids, the parents probably overburdened, the children are understimulated, not being given activities to keep them busy.
That's an assumption, but go ahead.
And for complex problems, you need complex solutions, not simple ones. Simple ones tend to lead to more complex problems with these things.
In general, but it's case specific. But go ahead.
Well, all I'm saying is that this is kind of back to the point that Vijay was making. If you're trying to deal with someone who's unreasonable, they're not going to learn from that because they're not able to.
5-year-old is by definition unreasonable.
Okay, so then you trying to use pain is not something that they can understand. Trying to teach them empathy on the fly from
every organic organism understands pain.
I'm not done.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Trying to teach them empathy from a single action is trying to reason with them.
Now, real quickly, the what you were saying about like giving them a quick smack or whatever, if they don't understand what they're doing is causing pain. In other words, that bite that they're doing, they don't like you smacking them. It's like, wait, why did I get smacked? All I was doing was biting. They don't get it. You just smack them for no reason. They don't have to
make the connection. The thing is like, don't do that again, and then they don't.
But then they'll go bite again.
Oh, do you? How do you know that? How are you claiming authority?
I have cousins who I helped raise.
Oh, son of a bitch!
All right, so real quick,
You've also demonstrated to the child that if someone causes you pain, you can immediately cause them pain without even needing to like figure out what the scenario was.
I gotta just put my 2 cents in here, Razor. I love you, buddy, but the idea that response to a child biting another child is for an adult to bite the child. There is a whole litany. No. You're using the word nibble, but then you say that we have to do it hard enough to make it have pain. And if you have enough so the kid understands that it's painful, if that's the case, then you are officially fucking biting the kid. So that kid is now potentially going to go to school with bite marks that are parent sized. How do you think that's going to fucking end for your parenting?
How can you assume
unwell?
How can you assume they don't know that things cause pain? Children learn at a very age.
How do you assume they do know? There's no assumption that can be made either way. Come on.
They tend to learn that by feeling pain themselves.
They tend to. There's a certain level. How about the specific kid in front of our face is what we're dealing with? Yeah. We're not with every good kid, right?
Does the specific kid have a medical condition in which he cannot feel pain? Because I guarantee your 5-year-old or this mystery 5-year-old has felt pain in their life. They know what pain feels like.
Sure.
Unless they're special, like if they're
work.
Unless they have some condition or reason that they wouldn't
A couple of
understand.
them are, but that's not the point.
Well, no, that is relevant. We have to acknowledge that as part of this as well. Because if a child is special needs or disabled in some way, right, and they're not able to process or understand pain, that's going to be a whole new fucking flower to start peeling petals off of, right?
Because if they can't feel pain, then causing them pain would be completely inappropriate. So I would agree
Exactly.
with that. If the kid, so yeah, that would be abuse. Yes.
Well, at least we're all on the same page
Only
there.
abuse. They're not actually hurt by it. That's funny as fuck, Loodle.
Well, so no, not that they're
How
not
about y'all
hurt
look at
by
the legal
it.
definition of abuse and fucking figure it out?
Yeah, not that they're not hurt by it, but if they don't understand like the consequences of their actions. Whenever we're saying like they don't understand pain, it's not that they don't know what pain is, it's they don't understand that other things experience pain.
Right, or also they don't feel pain; they have congenital analgesia. Which
I mean, I
goes
guess
along
it could
with
be
a lot
that
of,
too. Sure, I suppose that's a
disabilities,
case as well.
But if they don't understand that somebody else feels pain, it seems like that should be a teaching moment, or you hitting them or nibbling their arm.
Sure.
Wouldn't make a difference in that because it would need to be explained to them. You just fucking hitting them doesn't teach them that other people.
It's not out of the blue. This is after other avenues have been tried thoroughly. Like, what part of that aren't you getting? It's not just like
the
wakes
other
up one day,
avenues
smack,
include
smack, smack.
separating your children. That
I
would
want
be
to
the
try a
good
different
parenting move
approach.
to do next, which it seems like you're unable to do.
Loodle,
fuck does that even mean?
would you agree that like, and I have a follow-up question just to be clear. You would
Please,
agree
go ahead,
kids
go
need to trust their parents, right? They need to trust their
Yes.
parents to guide them through life. So
absolutely.
If do you understand the possibility that if you hit a kid and that kid doesn't understand what you're doing, like trying to teach them empathy, they're just going to be like, oh, my parent can hurt me when I do things and I don't understand why yet because I'm 5. So now I don't trust my parent anymore. And that can be in itself can be very damaging.
But there's a logical problem, there, right? The whole thing, the whole point is
you
like
can control whether or not a child sees things that way.
the whole. Okay, so if I'm gonna grant you some bit of it, right, and say like, okay, if I tell my kid, hey, if you do this again, I'm gonna pull you away. Or you did it again anyways. Okay, if you do this again, I'm gonna smack your hand. And so if you're telling me that the child can't understand that, like, if you do this again, I'm gonna smack your hand, so they trust me to the point of like, this is my word. If I say this, this is gonna happen. I say X, I'm gonna follow through my actions, right? That's a level of trust, right?
Sure.
And you said the kid can't understand. No, I'm not done. I'm not done. And if the kid can't understand that I'm gonna follow through my actions, right? Then how the hell is the kid gonna be taught empathy? Like you're giving the kid the same an excess level of mental acuity. At the same time, for your argument, you have to deny the mental acuity of the kid. So make it make sense logically.
Loodle, you agree that we can't infinitely escalate that just because we've warned the child, right? Like you can't escalate.
What does that? What does
like you
infinitely
can't
escalate
escalate
mean?
things to threatening to kill the child just because they're not.
Of course not. Jesus Christ, nobody said
Why
that.
do we wait? So we draw these lines because there's a certain amount of discipline that's too
There's
much.
a certain threshold, and then when that threshold
I
hit,
think-
and then they back off. It worked. Done.
Yeah, and I think the best way to set that threshold is when does a child stop trusting their parents? It's usually when you try to physically intervene when there are other alternatives.
See,
available.
you're wrong about that entirely.
All right, so real quick, I'm going to jump in. Hold on. So you say we have a new addition, often viewer, rare time collaborator. Welcome in, Bellatrix. What are your thoughts on the subject?
Hey,
Hey, Bellatrix.
whoa. There's many thoughts. I mean,
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
teenagers.
I assumed you
Can you
jumped
hear-
in because you had something to say.
hear me? Yeah, no, I have. I just needed a minute. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, you sound
Yeah,
great.
perfectly fine. Perfectly good.
The accent is
Okay, great.
lovely.
I talk with teenage tricky ones, and I legally, but wasn't going to anyway, never needed any sort of physical control, and yet managed to get them to do what they should be doing, learn how to do it. And
You said
one of the
teenagers?
things that teenagers, yeah,
Okay, yeah.
but teenagers with behavioural, emotional, etc. issues. But in addition to that, using fear or pain to get someone to do something it stops them learning how to deal with problems as an adult. Like they don't get to learn, how do I deal with things when they don't go my own way? I hit someone. Well, that's not going to go down well as an adult in life. They don't learn emotional regulation in a healthy way. So they're learning something bad happens, I'd sort it with violence, and that's not a good lesson. Not to even mention the emotional damage that pain and fear causes as a child, or even an adult, to be fair.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there's a aspect. I was about to say, like, earlier, there's an aspect that for this little kid, they're talking about, not, we're going back to like grade school ages, where I'm pretty sure by the age of 5, 6 or whatever, they have a thing that they really like. They have a favorite thing of theirs. Like, oh, this is my favorite Mjolnir. No one's ever going. If anyone takes this, I'm gonna scream. And
discipline through deprivation. Taking away that which they enjoy.
Bribery is amazing.
We're talking pre-K. All the arguments are about pre-K, so let's not even go into what.
Yeah, no. Take away my video games. Yeah, no, 100%. That was
like, this is my favorite toy. I've hit Jimmy and I wasn't allowed to, so my favorite toy has just been taken away from me.
Of course.
And until I apologize and understand what I did wrong, I won't get Mjolnir back.
Or being forced to stay home. What's the kid's word?
Articulate what you did wrong and understand why it was wrong in articulable fashion. Yes.
And do you feel like you had to hit your kid from there?
Breezer, there's a limit to that, but
you're not at that point. It's when that boundary gets traversed again and again and again in the same day.
I know there's
you're right.
And Cosmic just said something. Cosmic just said like there's a limit to that, and I understand. And I agree. The limit is their room is now left to. It is. It is like the discipline. You have to discipline the parental rights. Oh, I hit my thing.
Don't hit your thing. That could hurt.
Repetition of the same action does teach. That's been proven many, many times, whether it's an animal or a child or even an adult. It does work. You just have to be consistent.
Pajot and his pitchful human beings.
We're humans. We're animals.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. With humans,
so rationality and empathy goes away then, right? You're like cutting off half your argument.
You learn those through the repetition.
You learn empathy through repetition.
Yes.
You learn consequence.
Really?
You learn understanding. Of course.
Empathy is learned through repetition.
Well, you
walk me through that. Walk me through how empathy is learned through repetition, please.
You can't just
I'd love to learn.
With a human, you would actually explain what you're doing and why you're doing it, but you also have to do it, especially with young children, really close to when the incident happens, so that they connect the two things. When I do this, this is what happens.
Right.
It doesn't have to be a physical punishment at all, and it certainly shouldn't be
emotionally
damaging, because abuse can be emotional too, and sometimes that's even worse because that remains. And
those are scars that don't go away.
Physical abuse.
Yeah, like I mentioned about my own.
Is one thing.
Yeah, Radish is good on that.
Those scars go away, by the way.
All right, so what would you do
quick.
to teach empathy? What would you do to teach empathy to a 5-year-old who repeatedly bites his sister's arm?
So I can actually
even after being separated.
I want to jump in real quick, and then Bellatrix, you can take it back over.
It's like 10 on
So
1,
somebody mentioned earlier. Somebody said how many 5-year-olds are you around or whatever.
It's almost like it's a gangbang.
So my wife and I successfully raised an adult. Like our kid is now a grown-ass adult, can go run to the liquor store for us. So that said, as I mentioned, my parents raised me using either guilt or condescension. Her parents raised her using threats and fear, basically, right? So we both tried our best to avoid any of those, as well as avoiding physical punishment, and we did our best to use positive reinforcement. And I got to say that your 5-year-old, when they're acting right, fucking acknowledge it. We have a tendency to forget to pat people on the back when they do good, and that's a really good thing. Yeah, positive reinforcement helped us. So.
Yeah, they're the king of the universe when they act right, 100% every time. Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Yes. I'm just saying you were asking what was the solution. That's the offer.
No, I'm saying, how do you teach empathy as a concept to a 5-year-old?
You teach the action,
So what
the
is
full
empathy?
understanding
What is
might
empathy?
come
What
later.
is empathy?
Yeah, can you teach
The
empathy?
full understanding of that might come later, but they've learned how to behave. They will understand why, perhaps when they're a bit older.
But what is empathy? Like, give me a definition of empathy.
Understanding, feeling another person's emotions, take views, how that, I mean, do you really need me to
I
explain it?
don't know. I'm asking. Please, because it's kind of important.
I feel like you're being a bit pedantic about this.
No, I'm not. because there's a level of theory of mind that goes into that, right? And theory of mind amongst
You
5-year-olds
genuinely
is not
don't know what empathy is. Come on.
No, I do. I want to know what you think it is.
Why?
We want to be sure that we're on the same. We want to be sure that we're on the same page.
I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk past each other about empathy. Like,
let's be on the same page. Is what he's saying.
Okay, so it's feeling from someone else's perspective, I suppose.
Right. So that's theory of mind. You know? So I'm not. This is why I was asking, because I don't want to put terms out here that you might. I'm not trying to like.
I'm not. I'm not silly.
Do you know what theory? What theory of mind is? Do you know what theory? Are you familiar with the concept of theory of mind?
Yes,
Okay.
Some of it's not all
Loodle,
fresh,
what's the
but
point? Get
I
to the
did
point.
study psychology, so I know.
I'm saying that the ability for thanks God. The ability to talk about theory of mind, right? Well, right, because if the child is not cognizant about theory of mind, right, like what my actions do and have a temporal effect, as well as how they affect. Right. So there are certain but then there are children who are of a certain age who can't understand empathy because they have no theory of mind.
When a child hits another child, they don't think that they're going to hurt that child.
But stop interrupting. You're interrupting the question.
It seems like they're assuming that like children can't learn at an early age that they can actually impact someone else's state of mind.
Not state of mind, the physical being. Like, I think you. That's not. You're not on point.
Believing it at that point. Just the idea that
say what
a child doesn't learn.
It doesn't take a lot of information to learn you can hurt somebody.
Oh my God! But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about empathy.
Yeah, if you understand that you can hurt somebody, you can understand that you yourself can get hurt.
I think what they're trying to say is that up until a certain age, the mind hasn't developed that ability.
Yes, that's correct. That's absolutely correct, ma'am. You're absolutely correct.
So before that point, you would just teach.
It depends on the child.
You would teach by example. They don't need to understand it yet.
No, I'm not asking. I'm just.
They show the capacity to handle children as early as 3.
They won't understand why.
No, I didn't say you understand. I said no, I didn't say that.
No, I said the child will not understand why, but they will know not to do it because mom or dad said so.
No, but children as early as 3 or 4 show and understand.
Of course, as early as, but that doesn't apply to every child.
They understand facial expressions. They understand positivity.
So children
if I
as
do this,
early
mum's
as
smiling, they will associate that.
So children as early as 3 or 4 demonstrate a capacity to show that they know that when they take a certain action, that it can hurt another person.
As early as 3 or 4. Some don't get until 6 or 7. 6, 7.
Real quick, real quick. Ancom, you've been over there real quiet.
No.
I would actually hold on.
A lot of development happens between 3 and 5 in the brain.
Ancom, the numbers. Do the numbers add up to what you know?
Right.
There will always be variables, but for the
Are you
most
even
part,
there, Ancom?
the development will be up to.
Would you agree with me that no?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. They're not going to be able to. It's okay.
If it's abusive to treat a child who's not developed because they have delays, to treat them as a 3 or 4-year-old child who should understand this concept, to treat them as they understand it, even if they have emotional delays or developmental delays, that makes them not understand that concept, right? So we should treat everybody in the concept of your ideal 3 or 4-year child, right? No, it's child specific, of course.
Right?
Nobody's arguing that.
Well, then we're kind of just in the weeds.
I don't think
point and responding to you.
We're talking about
I don't think anyone really. Yeah, I don't think anyone's saying that that it's a blanket thing. We don't understand that child dependent is a thing.
It was the
You
argument
just said
that
every
children
child between
can't-
3 and 4. Okay,
the argument now that children can't learn empathy.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can't expect a child who's 3 years old to automatically understand empathy. That was my claim.
Automatically understand it or versus comprehend it. Which do you mean?
Either or. Choose your poison.
Okay, so they understand that if someone
We're
hits them
understanding
like a hurt, right?
No, we're talking about empathy, not physical contact. We're talking about empathy.
Well, that's part of empathy.
Well, explain what you mean by empathy then, because that means an entirely different thing from our lovely Brit said.
So another way to pass the mirror test is to demonstrate.
She's a
that
lovely
you
Brit. I
understand
love
the
her. She's
difference
great.
between inanimate
That's
objects.
the way you said it.
Like another
Sorry,
way
go
to
ahead.
pass the mirror test is to show that you understand that inanimate objects don't have feelings and people do. And
Yes, theory of mind. Yeah, manta rays can do that too. What's the point?
That's how we know that children that early can do that, because children will treat.
Yeah, they can do that. Does the child in front of you actually do that? That's the question.
Yeah, and they do, and
I have no
the reason
children in front of me. What do we
the
do?
reason children tend to take behaviors that hurt other kids is not because they're Pavlovian, don't understand empathy. It's because they're bored or they're understimulated. They don't have activities that are keeping them preoccupied from acting
So
out.
you're just
Children
assuming
don't
this
want
child. So
to
you're just
behave.
assuming all the
Children
premises
don't
to make
want
your
to
conclusion
misbehave.
true. That's
They
great.
don't think, how can I misbehave today? That's not what children think. Children think, how can I?
What do? Oh, sorry, you're telling me. Sorry, go ahead. What do children think? Tell me.
So children think, how can I fulfill the pressures my brain is giving me to feel stimulated, to all the way down to like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but mostly preoccupied with their need to develop their minds.
I don't know any children who read Maslow, but fair enough. The point, I mean, if they do, then fucking that's baby Einstein shit. Good for them.
Wait.
I mean, I'll concede that if a child, I'll concede if the child's read Maslow, the child has empathy. I'll give you that much.
Because a child does not need to understand Maslow. They, in order to want food,
they
they
can
need to
feel
feel
it.
hungry, right? So
It's called the joke.
I
But
hope so.
a child will crave attention.
Right,
They,
negative and or positive, right?
sometimes they're just,
yeah.
they could be a perfectly behaved child, but they're just tired, and you've got
Sure.
to deal with that.
Then you put them to sleep. Then you put them in the pack and play, and they go to sleep.
Do they?
Okay.
Well, not at first, but eventually they go to sleep.
Patience is definitely necessary.
throw the blanket over it. If they see
No, how
darkness,
many-
they'll immediately pass.
Can I? Okay, like, hey, Radish, this is
Look,
Look, Razor, you were talking about biting your
can we get a
kids,
show
so
of
please
hands?
do not make
Can
fun
we
of
get-
somebody playing tint
can
in
we
a
get a show-
playpen.
Can we get a
I
show of
said
hands of how
nibble,
many
and you
people
can do it
have
without leaving a
children?
mark.
Nibble till it hurts, so
Look,
they
have
understand what
children.
pain is what
Wait,
you said.
Loodle, that is a
How many
retarded
people
No,
lyric.
no.
You were all
No, really,
children
really.
at once.
Before we go forward, how many people here have children of their own?
Ludus,
Radish
I do.
does,
Loodle,
I
this is
do.
a retarded litmus test.
I
We were all
personally-
children
I
at
No,
once.
no,
We
no,
all
no,
said
you're
half
just
one.
hurting
No.
something, bro.
Bro, I'm out.
I
It's
have a
fucking late,
daughter.
and y'all are
As a
fucking extra.
I've been a
child
step parent.
alumni,
I'm not actively raising
as a
a child.
child alumni.
Okay, exactly.
I
Okay,
can pretty sure that I do understand what it's like to be a child. So,
yeah, because you can recall what you were when you were 2.
I actually
Good on
don't.
you.
I was never a child. I just popped into existence as an adult. So I'm just
Like
talking
fucking,
out of
like Athena
Wait,
from
now
Zeus's
you're
head.
saying you didn't
Good
come
for
into
you.
the-
No, good
you
for
didn't
you.
come into the world of a fox? Wait, what? I've been lied to.
I don't
What?
think you have to have been a parent to understand what being a parent is. I mean, it helps, of course, and you learn a lot more. But
Oh, yeah, very
I
much.
don't think
Well,
not
there's
being
like
a parent completely puts
There's
you
a
out of the-
theoretical parenting, right? There's a theoretical ideal of parenting, and there's doing it
Yeah,
in
no.
practice,
I
right?
think we can all
Yeah,
pick
no,
up
so here,
what to do and what not to do from our
we
own
know that hitting your
parents.
kids is bad.
Like you can look back
Like
on
I-
your
like
own
I said,
childhood and say,
depends.
"This is where my
Depends.
parents fucked me up," or "This is
Yeah,
where my
it's also
parents
a
made me
fucked up
better."
phrase.
I was teaching. I learned a lot through all of those things before I was a parent. So
No, good for you. That's
if
awesome.
I
I'm
was
not saying it's
saying
not
that I
relevant
didn't know
knowledge.
what I-
That's good. That's good.
Thank you. But what my point was is that I didn't need to be a parent to know what I know. Of
No,
course,
it's
I
fine.
know more now, but I knew quite a bit beforehand. So I don't think you should disqualify a non-parent from having an opinion. Or
No,
anything.
I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were disqualified. I was just curious.
I also
Okay.
have learned a lot
It was
about
just a bit of a
parenting
virtue
through
statement.
both how I was raised and through talking to other parents, and then through seeing how other people parent. I have way too much knowledge about parenting for someone who has
Way
stated
too
I'm
much?
never having kids.
There's
Well,
never
you
too
can have-
much.
There's never too much. Exactly. I'm with the Brit on this
No,
one.
I'm saying for
100%.
someone who does, for someone
You were
like me
gonna
who
bite
has
your
stated
fucking
I'm never
child.
for someone saying I will
He's got a
never
point
having
there.
a
Nibble
kid.
You're
on
never
his
living
child.
that one down, Razor. You're never living that one down. The cat ears took on a
care.
whole new.
Yeah,
you
somebody-
being a
somebody clip
furry, I'm just saying there are concerns here.
You are.
No, I'm
They're
I'm,
not-
no,
they're
You
not-
might,
they're
you
not
might, you might
furry.
have fallen too far in, my
I don't
friend.
know if you heard my full. I don't know if you heard what I was saying. I'm saying as
I heard
someone
what you
who
said.
has stated I'm never having kids.
Hmm.
I have way too much knowledge about parenting.
So you're just gonna bite other people's kids?
No,
No, he's just suggesting for you to bite yours.
Say yes for
That
the
is
meme, just to
completely
outrage
different.
him.
I've done it to my I've done it to my cousin. I've done it to my cousin, and they learn to not bite anymore. That's
No,
how you
I mean
say
that's
that
what they teach. Isn't that what they teach you to do with dogs? Like real talk, not at somewhere that you're like supposed to bite your dog's ear if they bite you.
You bite the ear. It's actually kind of a
Or their paw.
Like, is that where you're taking your parenting training from, Razor?
Yeah, from fucking a dog whisperer. Yeah.
Also, Razor. Like, if that's your cousin, you're not in a
Hey.
position where you need to trust you for guidance. So if they don't trust you afterwards, that's totally
Well,
fine. for their
baby cousin who I helped.
To be fair, small children have about the same intellect as a fucking dog. So,
Except the dogs, okay,
Just
so
a
children-
nibble.
Children are
The
born
man
with an
said
access
just a
amount of
nibble.
neurons
Hey,
and,
just shut up. You wanna be a cop.
cross-modal connectivity that they lose over time. Dogs have already lost all that to become as smart as they are.
Oh, does this mean Mida wants in? Well, look at that. As it happens, Mida wants in for the last little bit. So let's get one more new voice in here. Welcome in, good sir.
I see his comment.
Pleasure as
Mida,
always.
you're still gay.
And
Good
Letha,
evening. Okay.
Letha, you are also welcome to jump in if you'd like. We're about to close up shop for the stream and raid out, but I'm sure the conversation is going to continue even after I go to bed. So, Mida, how you doing? What are your thoughts on it? I know you're hanging out in the waiting room and listening, or I mean, in the lounge and listening.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. There's a part of me that wanted to come in earlier and talk about it, but I feel like being able to like hear everyone's arguments and then form critiques around them in real time was like unfair because it just leaves everything out that is fun about debating.
Well, it's helpful to watch them abuse me and then pipe in afterwards, isn't it?
For what it's worth, yeah, I do actually have to say, Loodle, I got to give you props for being the only one on the negative sound for this, and this has basically been the room versus you. I've been trying to steel man on your side as much as I could, just so you're not taking all of the fucking brunt. But you've held up well, buddy.
Well, I mean, I said in the chat earlier.
Smackdown. We're just giving him the same smackdown he'd give his kids. Sorry, I'm not going to stop saying that. But actually,
no,
I have a
Loodle.
good faith question just before everyone else gets in. Loodle,
To me?
this
To
is a huge
moi?
issue. Yeah, Loodle, you wouldn't use this, like you wouldn't see like your child having a tantrum in a grocery store as like an excuse for this, right? You're confined
Absolutely
to
not.
extreme scenarios. Okay, that
I'm no from the beginning. Hey, whoa. From the beginning. Can I
myself back?
Hey, yo.
Sorry.
From the beginning, the only time I ever said it was justified was when the kid's actual life was in danger by the action they were taking that I was preventing. That is the only thing I've
I wanted to
off
say I'm sorry for mischaracterizing you at some points. I got lost in the sauce a bit, so I'm just.
It happens. It happens to the best
Never
of us.
apologize to Loodle.
Oh,
Just to be
Who the
clear, I
fuck
can
said that?
argue either side of this. I did this with Razor before I joined, so it won't be me dogpiling you, Loodle.
When I began, no, you can dogpile me all. I got it. It's all good. I got thick skin. The whole thing is like I cordon off to like the only time it's validated and legitimate is when the action the kid is taking that you are correcting puts their actual life in danger. That's what I said from the get-go, and now we've spun off that, I guess.
Well,
No.
the problem with that from the get-go was the fact that if that is the situation, like hitting or striking them is not actually a solution to that situation, and does not actually teach that child something. This is why I think all of us said at the very beginning, like grabbing a kid who is about to run into a street or is about to stick a knife into an outlet, that is fine. Nobody has like an opposition to that. It is when
Nobody
you say
should.
that it's valid to then hit your kid because of
See, you
that
say
extreme
hit. You say
circumstance. Sorry,
since we're being good faith, since we're being good
like,
faith,
can I
right?
finish my sentence? Can I finish my
Oh, please
sentence?
go
'Cause
ahead.
You did say
Go ahead.
hit.
I'm sorry. No,
but,
you
like,
did. I didn't say hit. I said smack the hand. You said hit.
Okay.
I never
but
said
at
hit.
the end of the day, that action is not actually going to teach the kids something. A conversation with them may, or if they can't understand the conversation, then either way, the action's not going to teach them something. And it's a useless act of aggression against your kid that does nothing. It is the grabbing and pulling your kid away that does something that is justified. The after the fact, like you said, think about it, have no emotions, and then smack your kid, right? That is a useless act of aggression that teaches the thing words can't teach them.
So here's the thing.
Separating the actions.
Well,
Wait,
right,
yeah,
but
go
the
ahead,
whole
Loodle.
thing
Yeah,
is
go
like,
for it.
is the whole point is right? Is that okay? So the kid tries to run. We'll just use the run the street, or we can knife in the outlet. Either way, right? Like the kid's tried it twice today already, and you're like, don't do that. And you grab him and physically remove him. Fine, right? Does it again. You grab him, physically remove him, have a long, deep philosophical conversation about the benefits and costs, both utilitarianly and deontologically, about the hazards.
What about
of running
epistemologically?
And well, I mean, is it even a street? That's the question. This kid's like, well, is it even a street, Daddy? Like, I don't know, son. Point being is that
are we all just
third
brains
time
in the jar, Daddy?
I believe in prevention is better than the cure, so I didn't let my child.
I was trying to defray by humor, but let me just get back to brass tacks, right?
Yes.
Is the third time the kid runs out there. I'm like, I told you don't do that. I told you if you did it again, I was going to give you a smack. Here's a smack on your hand. So you're being both accountable and truthful to your child because you said that there was going to be a consequence for this. They did the thing again for the third time that is hazardous to their life. You've done it again. Now, since you've done that, they haven't done it again. Well, womp womp.
Well, yeah, and
you
this
never
is the
needed
thing.
to tell them in the first place that you were going to hit them if they did it.
No, okay. This is the problem that you're having here, Gorps. No. The problem that Gorps is having is he's attempting to separate these two parts that are contingent upon each other. You're saying you have a conversation with the child, and then there's the other part of it where you use the punishment for the child. You explain to the child what they did wrong, and then you enact their punishment. The example
I
I
don't have a
gave.
problem with the punishment.
Let him go, Gorps. Shut up.
The child. The problem is that the punishment is hitting. The punishment could be.
Gorps. He was talking.
Okay. The punishment can be some form of physical action against the child if it necessitates it. The example that I gave with Razor is if I had a small child, let's say 10 years old, and my small child got mad at me and they stabbed me in the arm. I recognize that this is not a threat to my life. I'm still suplexing that kid through a table until they are submissive to me. If they are in submission and they are completely subdued, that is okay. I no longer feel the need to physically harm the child. But the child, as long as it is a threat to me, I still need to subdue that child to prevent further harm from being done.
Subduing does not require hitting.
Go ahead, Gorps. Talk, Gorps.
If
real
subduing,
quick,
it doesn't necessarily require hitting, but it can require violent.
Loodle, just so you know, Gorps and Mida go way back. They sword fight all the fucking time. So I promise you that Mida does not need you to white knight him. Anyway,
I know I'm not white knighting anything. I just found my enemy now, so we're good.
Oh no, Gorps is thrilled.
Hammer fighting.
Yes, Gorps is a wonderful.
We don't also need to keep throwing shots his way.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to. I keep trying to just talk about it.
There are circumstances where I acknowledge that there is physical reprimandation that needs to be enacted upon a child that have to be done in certain circumstances to either subdue or have the child be subdued. And as a result of that, you can't detach the action from the consequence.
So actually, the funny thing is, I actually do agree with Little's position to an extent. I was just being an ass.
I'd like to hear an example because I can't think of one.
Oh, I already gave an example. So like if I had a 10-year-old child and that child stabbed me in the arm and I was like, well, this is not a threat to me, just a stab in the arm. Right. Yeah. And I need to subdue the child. If the child tries to go for the knife again to stab me again, I grab that child and I throw them into an object or through an object to subdue them because I know it will harm the child. And I can then subdue the child as a result of their injuries. Then I further no longer need to further injure the child to subdue them. They are already subdued.
Just
Yeah,
to be
and a
clear, we're
cop
well
can beat the
outside of
shit out of
route.
somebody for ever so slightly resisting, but is that really what needed to happen here?
Okay, there's a difference between somebody ever so slightly resisting and being stabbed. If someone stabbed a cop, the cop can shoot them. I'm not gonna cry
You're a
over it.
9-year-old kid.
You might want to. You might want to
A
keep.
9-year-old child can be subdued in so many different ways than sending them through a fucking wall or whatever the fuck.
sit on them
It's
for
so
one.
unnecessary.
This
You
was an
might want to
example.
keep in mind, though, that the more extreme you make your argument, the less it applies to general parenting.
I agree. And this is why I specified with this. I used an example that's extremely easy to attack. Then I can walk it back from that point. If you're going to engage with a hypothetical in which we agree that there is some level of violence that needs to be enacted, it doesn't matter whether or not that violence is extreme or whether or not it
Kind of
exists
does, because
within the
defending
realms of
your
reality.
life does take precedent over being like protecting your own life does take slight precedent over being a parent.
I agree. So in this circumstance, if the child is pushed into a wall and they either hit that wall or go through a wall as a result of the fact that they have stabbed me and put my life in danger, I don't deem this to be something that is problematic behavior by nature, as it is an attempt to subdue the child.
Just not.
Hey, sorry. Just let me say. Sorry, everybody. So, like, my wife agrees with me with everything I've said, but also I woke her up, so now I'm fucked. So I need to go now because I'm fucked.
No, you know what? Actually, that's perfect timing because I was just about to dip out myself. So real quick before everybody does, Lethe, Allie,
thanks.
all of the people who are in the chat that I know are part of the server. If y'all want to keep going, I'm gonna rate us out to probably I think Cosmic was still live. So I'm gonna rate us out over there. But if y'all want to keep on with the conversation, jump in the waiting room. I'll drag you into the room. We're gonna be offline. I'm sure these people are gonna stay up way past my bedtime and keep yelling at each other. So jump in, please. Keep the conversation
My wife's gonna run
going.
some reparations for this. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks
Little's
again,
running away
Loodle.
from
Great
this
job
for-
tonight.
I'll tell
Thanks
you
again,
what,
everybody. I appreciate
I
y'all.
appreciate you.